Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'd like to call the Nash County Board of Commissioners June the 7th meeting to order at this time. It is customary for our board to begin each of our meetings with a prayer by a sitting commissioner, and we also like to do the Pledge of Allegiance immediately after the prayer. During the prayer, you're welcome to use this time for your own prayer. You're welcome to stand and join us with our prayer by our commissioner, or you're welcome to use it for a moment of silence, whichever you so desire. And at this time, I'd like to call on Marvin Arrington, Commissioner Arrington, to do the invocation for us, and then Wayne Outlaw to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Arrington.
Let us pray. We stand today as believers in the power of God. In God we trust. We also pray for our beloved Commissioner Mary Wells, that she will find good health and recovery. In God we trust that our decisions today will benefit the citizens of Nash County. We pray our decisions as commissioners will be the right decisions. We ask blessings for all Nash County citizens for a fruitful life, fruitful living, because in God we trust. Amen.
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 Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington and Commissioner Outlaw. We're now on item 4 on our agenda, which is approval of the minutes from the last month. We had our regular meeting on May the 3rd, and we had our scheduled meeting for May the 24th. At this time, I'd entertain a motion for any corrections or addition to either of those minutes, or an approval for both.
Move for approval.
Have a motion to approve both sets of minutes. There a second to that motion?
Second.
And a second. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? The minutes stand approved. Madam Clerk, I would like the record to show that Ms. Wells did contact me, and she has an excused absence for today. If the record would show that, I'd greatly appreciate it. Item number 5 on our agenda is public comment section, and during this time, if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on any item that's not otherwise covered on the agenda, you're welcome to come up at this time and speak. We do ask that you sign up out front prior to the meeting, and that the list is given to me. If you happen to miss that and didn't realize you were supposed to do that, when the people that signed up have spoken, which would be 2 of them, I would entertain someone else speaking if you have something you came here to bring before the commissioner that's not covered on the agenda. We do still clean our podium between each speaker. Megan is sitting up front, and if you would allow just a little bit of time between each speaker to give her a chance to clean the podium, we'll continue to do that for a period of time until we're hopefully getting ready to I'm trying to call it a nice word. I don't know a nice word for it. But anyway, if we would just allow her to clean that, and hopefully at one point, I would encourage everyone that feels like they're willing to get vaccinated. That's what's going to get us through this and get it put behind us permanently. But of course, you have that option as an individual. You can now do it down to 12 years old or 12 years old and up. And our health director has certainly fully believe that it's something we need to do, and if you get a chance to encourage someone to do it that hadn't been vaccinated, we would certainly ask that you do that. But with that said, our first speaker that signed up is Cephas Ray. And Mr. Ray, welcome. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You would state your name and address for the record. I know we have it, but that's just our procedure, sir.
Yeah, and I forget who I am. Patrolman and wrote in one of my licenses my name, and I gave it to him, so I don't know who I am.
Well, you're Cephas Ray, if I can get you started.
All right, Cephas Ray, 7673 Stony Hill Church Road, Bailey, North Carolina, 27807. I'm here today to talk about the park, Bailey Middlesex Park in general. Y'all been there, you've seen it. You know the condition of it, which the part that is in use is in good shape, but the 65.45 acres that purchased over $400,000, almost $500,000. Since the, I think the convenience building was last thing established for the park, that is. We got the swing set for the little small children, and the soccer field been established. Like I said, it's in good shape. But behind the soccer field, the nearest portion, I'd say, is in pine trees now. It's probably 6 years old because it was cultivated, I think, a year or two after they purchased it. But the longer these trees stay there, the larger they get. And I hope that we don't wait till they're ready to sell for marketing timber before something's done, but now would be the time to get in there, bulldoze and do the work if some way that the money can be made available. And the towns are somewhat handcuffed, I guess, as to what they can do. Bailey's got the moratorium on the sewer, and both towns are expanding to some degree. And you know there's development out toward Green Pond from Bailey. That's not going to be in the city limits when it's completed. And I don't know what the county can do. There are some loopholes. I won't go into all those, but there's the impact fee that the towns might could imply toward new developments, but I don't know if the county can use that or not. But I'm sure there's plenty of money available. As you know, the government's making money every day. A lot of money has been distributed because of the pandemic, the word COVID, whatever you don't want to use. But anyway, I'm just here to see what the county might could do as far as assisting in some way, getting grants available and helping get this park moved. It was purchased in February of 2010, which is over 11 years ago now. And maybe a little late in the year to apply for the grants, but it's not too early to try to make some headway as far as applying for grants next year. And hopefully we can get some movement on this park and get it. Love to see it totally completed. The pond has a hole in the drain. It wouldn't take a lot of money to fix the pond up. And on the backside of the pond where they're going to have the picnic area, here again, those trees up, maybe pulpwood size, but it could be used for shade, some be left. And it's just in prime condition now as far as what could be done before it really gets a mess. And I appreciate what our county might do to influence the town to help, and like I said, apply for grants, whatever y'all can do to assist on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Appreciate you being here. You brought some very valid points.
All right, thank you.
Megan. Our next speaker is Dorothy Battle. Good morning, Ms. Battle.
Good morning. Dorothy Gibson Battle, 13343 Taylor Store Road, Nashville, NC 27856. Given unto God for our lives and presence and this Board of Commissioners. Gun violence activities continue to be paramount in the news and in our daily lives. Yet, Mr. Ted Williams, Yard Dog Firearms Training, also called forth, continues to operate his illegal firearms training in our community unabated. Why? This is my 11th time before you with the same report, same truth, same facts about Ted Williams upsetting and terrorizing our community with his illegal firearms training range. Thus far, I have only received comments and we are looking into it without visible action or results. Ted Williams and his associates still plague us whenever they choose with his loud, continuous gunfire for hours at a time. He was there 4 days last weekend and 2 days this weekend. This is a well-known fact to the Sheriff's Department, the Planning Board, and the Commissioners. He returns every weekend and throughout the week if he chooses. He brings to us the sounds of a war zone, and we are helpless, without escape from his noise violations while in our own homes. He came before this board last October, and he told you he trains lawyers, judges, law enforcement, and other officials without charge. Is this why he is left to keep his illegal shooting range? He won't go away until legal action is taken against him, and neither can I. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Battle. Didn't realize you had been here 11 times, but I do want to apologize for that, and I do think your help you've been asking for is close by, and it won't be 11 more times that you have to appear before us, I hope. Thank you, ma'am. That is the two speakers that I had to sign up this morning. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak that didn't realize you were supposed to sign up out front? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Belfield.
Ms. Ball's been up here 11 times, and nothing has been done.
Mr.
And the
Belfield,
person that's
can I
having
just-
that doing the problem out there is not respecting the community. And can't nobody tell me that something can't be done.
Mr. Belfield, if I could interrupt you, I will tell you that we have been working on it, and something will be done very, very soon, and I'll give you an update on it, or ask the staff to give you an update on what will be done.
Well,
And I appreciate your points, and I know them very well.
I was not aware of it, and I appreciate if you would keep me informed as to what is going on.
Okay. Well, actually, I just got the information sometime over the weekend myself, but help is on the way. That be okay with you, sir?
Oh, fine,
Okay.
fine.
Thank you.
I have no problem. I just don't, just keep coming, saying basically the same thing, and nothing has been done. It's time to act.
Yeah. Well, you got to act in a legal manner. and we had to
I
get it
understand
up in
that
a-
too,
Right.
but we need to act.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Point well taken. Okay, there was no one else under public comment. Item number 5. We'll move to item number 6, which is the North Carolina Association of County Clerks Master Certificate, that I am very pleased to be able to present that to our, which is definitely a master clerk, whether she has the certificate or not. She does the board a great job, and I'll be pleased to present that certificate at this time. Ms. Evans, if you would join me up front. Before I read this to you, would you tell us a little bit about what it entails, how many hours and so forth you mind? I know you don't like to be limelight, but this is your morning, and I so appreciate the public knowing what you had to do to get this certificate.
Yes, sir. You have to be certified, and you have to have had a North Carolina certified county clerk certification for 6 years prior to receiving this. And there are also many, many hours of training that you have to go through in order to get it.
And where do you do that training at?
The School of Government.
School of Government.
Chapel Hill.
With probably a lot of us online this time, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. Well, what it says is, School of Government, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill certifies that Janet Evans has satisfied the requirements for designation as a North Carolina Certified Master Clerk. And it says it will expire March 1st, 2024, but I'll assure you, we're not going to let it expire 2024. Maybe 2028, but not 2024. And of course, it is signed by Rebecca Baggett, local government legal educator, and by Donna Bluff, who is the president of North Carolina Association of County Clerks. Congratulations, ma'am. I would elaborate just a little bit on the duties that Ms. Evans is charged with. First of all, she has the 7 people that are sitting up here that she has to keep straight every day, keep us informed, keep us where we're supposed to be, tell us what we're supposed to do when we get there, give us the material that we have to have when we get there. But more importantly, I think her biggest task, and what I'm amazed at, is preparing the minutes while meetings. They always range a minimum of 100 pages. Sometimes, I don't remember the largest number, but sometimes with each quasi-judicial hearings, they may be 160, 170 pages long. What's the longest one you ever done? You probably know.
This past one, 199 pages.
199 pages. She hadn't reached 200 yet, and we're going to try not to do that today, even though we got a long agenda. But I can't imagine how she does her other tasks. She sits right at the front of the management staff and gets interrupted probably about 50 times a day, I would guess. I really don't know, plus the phone calls. But still, she has never been late with the minutes and had them ready for us to approve. And honestly, I don't know how you do it, but thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, like I say, I'm just getting here and do a fantastic job. I don't know how you put all this stuff together, but it almost sounds like a step up in a pay raise.
You had to talk to the manager there, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Bellfield.
I'd just like to say this. I've always had positive comments from the public, those that contact me about her, what nice attitude she has, and she does what she need to do to help them when they have questions. Even my wife has, I guess she said it to me a dozen times, said, y'all have a nice clerk over there, said, because every time I call, she has that pleasant attitude, and she try to help you. And she said, and you all ought to be thankful that you have such a good clerk. So, Janice, I appreciate what you're doing.
Absolutely. Thank y'all. We'll move on now, and thank you again, Madam Clerk. We'll move on now to item number 7, the NASH, which is our senior center here in Nashville, and I will call on Stacy to make this presentation with Ashley Winstead and Morgan Dowdy. 20 years, are you kidding, really?
Where'd the time go?
Yep.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, we just want to take a moment to recognize the 20th birthday of our Nash County Senior Center, named the NASH. NASH stands for New Ageless Senior Haven. I have a few words, and then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Dowdy for a few words, and then we have a short video to show you. My words start off with, I began employment in September of 2000, but I promise these words will be brief. But I did begin employment with Nash County in September of 2000 as the county's aging coordinator with the task of opening the county's first multipurpose senior center. The county had secured one of the last senior center development grants from the state of North Carolina in 2000, a $100,000 grant to renovate 103 North Alston Street, which previously housed some of our Department of Social Services. In March of 2001, I moved my office into the facility and started to piece together what we would open as the NASH, New Ageless Senior Haven, a senior center that would offer nutritional, educational, social, and recreational activities for senior adults 60 years of age or older, their caregivers, and their spouses. It was a community education project to inform Nash County residents of what a senior center could offer. The goal was to create a one-stop shop to offer information and referral access to senior programs and services. I met my counterparts across the state and learned about the different funding sources that I could access to provide services to older adults. We've provided home-delivered meals, transportation services, caregiver services, access to free legal aid, Medicare Part D counseling, foot care clinic, Project Lifesaver, and more. We've offered Tai Chi, line dance instruction, knitting and crocheting, billiards and bingo, cards, computer instruction, painting classes, guitar lessons, melody bells, cooking contest, volunteer opportunities, socials, speed dating, and more. But most importantly, we've changed lives for the better. We provide hope. We are family. We are your family when your children live away and when you've lost your spouse. We are a safe place for you to connect with others and make new friends. We offer purpose. We provide opportunities for learning new skills and taking on new roles in the community. Senior centers can be amazing places, and I assure you, the senior centers in Nash County are amazing places. We have energetic, talented staff members that are creating innovative programs and providing new opportunities and making a difference in the lives of our senior adults every day. Thank you for investing in the senior adults in Nash County and your continued support of our senior centers. Happy 20th birthday to Nash County Senior Center. In a few moments, we do want to show you a short video that Jonathan Edwards created for today. And I want you to pay close attention to a picture, a still shot that's towards the end of the video. You're going to see some seniors sitting on a couch playing Melody Bells. And at the very end of that couch, you're going to see a very young 8-year-old Morgan Dowdy. Morgan was raised in the senior center along with my girls, and I couldn't be more proud today that she's chosen to work with older adults as her career. We also have in our audience the rest of, or not the rest, but some of our other staff members from the senior center, and these ladies just did a phenomenal job during COVID-19 and the pandemic, and really very quickly turned it around to online, virtual, and telephone programming, and led the state as a model for how to connect with and inform seniors during a pandemic. So I applaud them. And I will turn it over to Morgan.
Good morning.
Morning.
Everyone has the reason as to why they love what they do. I'm sure that everyone at the Nash could come up here and share the many reasons with you as to why the Senior Center is so important to them. I would like to take the time this morning to share my reason. I take it as a true honor and privilege to work at the Nash County Senior Center. Like Stacy said, I am a second-generation Nash County Senior Center employee, as my mother, Pat Dowdy, did work for Nash County from 2002 to 2007 and played a vital role in helping begin our Nash County Home Delivery Meals program. I will be having a child of my own later this year, and I cannot wait to bring my little girl to the Senior Center and watch her grow up here just like I did. I can't wait to say that we've had 3 generations of my family as a part of the Nash. When I first walked through the doors of the Nash, I was 8 years old, and now fast forward 19 years, I proudly now walk through the same doors as an employee. Oftentimes, our members will say the Senior Center is their home away from home. I can say the same, as this place has watched me grow up. The Nash County Senior Center is a special place, and I'm so thankful for all those who have played a significant role in making the Senior Center what it is today. It's truly an honor to be a part of the 20 years of service. I also want to make sure that we take the time to say thank you to Stacy for her vision and dream for the Nash. Over the last 20 years, the Nash has provided a variety of services within the Senior Center. Our SHIP program, which stands for the Senior Health Insurance Information Program, which helps Medicare beneficiaries review their Medicare junk plan. Since we began this program at the Senior Center, we have served a total of 2,535 seniors and saved them nearly $1.9 million. Our seasonal programs, such as the Thanksgiving Food Drive, the Easter Food Drive, Stockings and Santa for Seniors program, have served roughly 3,000 seniors since we began these programs in 2006. Our Operation Fan Heat Relief program, which provides a box fan to Nash County older adults who need heat relief in their home, has been able to serve 648 seniors since the program began in 2009. Pre-COVID, we had thousands of older adults who visited the Nash Senior Center within a year. We currently serve 55 homebound older adults a hot meal, and we have a dedicated group of volunteers who deliver these hot meals, but also dedicate their time to serving others through the Senior Center. We hold high honors as being a Senior Center of Excellence, as well as being nationally accredited since 2010, and we recently submitted and hope to hold this honor for a 3rd time. The numbers will speak for themselves, as well as the reputation that the Nash holds in the community will also speak for itself. The Nash is a place where friendships are formed, laughs are shared, and memories are made, but most importantly, everyone is a part of the family. I think I can speak for all of the staff when I say that we cannot wait to continue to serve the older adults of Nash County for many more years to come. And we appreciate all the support and guidance that is given through our commissioners, our administrative staff, and of course, the wonderful staff of the Nash County Recreation and Senior Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you.
In recognition of the Nash County Senior Center for 20 years of outstanding and dedicated service to the older adults of Nash County, we present this to our county commissioners on June the 7th, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Jonathan, yes, we're ready for the video. There was a Nash County Council on Aging that started work back in 1998. Connie Bishop was the director at our area agency on aging at the time, and she pulled together a group of seniors in Nash County to advocate for Nash County's first senior center. That group of seniors spoke with county management and the Board of Commissioners and encouraged them to invest in seniors in Nash County and develop a multi-purpose senior center. So I came to Nash County, North Carolina in September of 2000 to work as the county's aging coordinator. At that time, they placed me down in an office in the agriculture building, and this particular facility housed the Department of Social Services at that time. We began a renovation in this building around March and finished up in June of 2001, and that was when we opened up our doors to the public, was June 1st, 2001. So some of the first programs that we offered here at the center were activities like bingo and line dancing. We were able to get a couple of pieces of fitness equipment in here and the first pool table in 2000 and 2001. Nash County was one of 6 counties in the state of North Carolina that didn't have a single senior center. So we had to really educate our public about what senior centers do and what their value is in the community. Folks came in and wanted to see the place. I mean, certainly in the first several weeks, I walked through here and it was empty at times, and I was really excited to just get the word out there and do some marketing and advertising so that we could get bodies through the front door, and it didn't take long.
I didn't know what to expect because I've never been in a senior center before. It's coming in and socializing with people, being around people your own age, finding out interesting things about people you didn't realize. When you first walk in the door, you see Dolly, she's smiling, and the first thing she wants you to do is swipe in so you can get down here that we're in attendance.
My favorite part of my job is talking to people, and that helps perk them up because a lot of people are very lonely. And this place has really helped people, and they really look forward to getting here.
You know, today we're touching the lives of more than 5,000, 6,000 individuals on an annual basis. Coming up to 2010, we started working on being nationally accredited. And so Jamie Wilson was working with me at that time. Jamie was our senior center coordinator for about 8 years, and her last goal before she left us was to make sure that we got nationally accredited in 2010. And so we made that achievement, and at that time we were one of only 3 senior centers in the state of North Carolina that was nationally accredited. And then we got reaccredited in 2015. So we're hoping by the summer to get the official word that we are reaccredited again for another 5 years. And we're very proud of that accomplishment and that standard that we keep for our seniors.
When they fixed this space for the seniors, you couldn't ask for no better place because they don't realize, I don't know where Stacy and all the rest realize how much this place has helped everybody. Even me, even working. I said, I work, but it's my recreation too.
I'll be glad when July the 7th comes, when they open back up and people can come back in and see each other. Come on back, feel comfortable. You're gonna be glad you did.
Chairman Davis, did you want to come down and get a photo with the certificate?
I generally do exactly what I'm told, ma'am. That's what you desire.
Would you please come down and get a picture with the certificate?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I see that our former commissioner, Ms. Lou Richardson, is here. and she worked very hard with the senior citizens. And I would think it would be very appropriate for her to come up with you, and you don't? Okay. Well, we want to recognize you because I know you work very hard with senior citizen development centers.
Ms. Harrington, I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, we might just let her have that certificate, I don't know.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if you caught the numbers as Stacy was speaking, but she stated that we were one of only 6 in the state counties that didn't have a senior center. She also stated that we were only one of 3 when we got accredited. So I think that just shows the kind of staff that we have over there, and it also shows the kind of staff, quite frankly, that we have throughout the county. And this board is very aware of the staff that we have. We're very appreciative. And quite frankly, I said it not too long ago in something I was talking at, that it really makes our job as a board pretty darn easy just due to the staff that we've got. Stacy, I appreciate it. I know that was your baby, so to speak. And quite frankly, I enjoyed the picture, seeing what you look like then versus what you look like now. Might need to go back and look at my own self sometime and see that time when I did not have gray hair. But I do want to thank you on behalf of the board of what you and your staff have done, and I know it's brought a lot of good things through the county. Okay. Any other commissioner wish to say anything, or we good?
Job well done.
Amen.
And it was needed.
Oh, it was definitely needed. It
Yeah,
started by the
some
time
say-
I became a commissioner, but, or just before, really. But I'm certainly have seen the joy that it has brought over the years. I do have one question, if you don't mind. What is speed dating?
Morgan?
Morgan?
Well, we have a program, so like if you're single or ready to mingle, or if you just need like a girlfriend or a boyfriend, just not boyfriend actually, but like someone just to hang out with, we just kind of create a space that's welcoming for them to kind of just hang out and get to know each other and all that kind of stuff.
Okay. How neat. I appreciate the explanation on it.
Could Ms. Dowdy introduce the other members of the?
Yeah, I was fixing to ask you to have the rest of your staff to stand up if you would. I know you had some more here.
Well, this is Tamika Hill's first day with the senior center.
Well, welcome to Nash County then.
I've been here 17 years just first day.
Oh, okay.
Tamika is our senior services coordinator, so she'll work with our home delivered meals program. Wendy Perry is our senior services supervisor, so she's in charge of home delivered meals, Project Lifesaver, all that fun stuff. And then Sandy Richardson is our activity specialist, so she helps plan all the programs and activities at the Nash.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, ladies, for being here. Well, we got 23 more items to go and 5 in closed session, so I'm going to speed it up just a little bit. Not quite yet. We still got 2 more good things coming to us, and then we're going to speed it up some. But item number 8 on the agenda is the Sheriff's Office presentation of the Old North State Award to another retiring employee, Deborah Tyson from the Sheriff's Department. Welcome, Chief Deputy Medina.
Morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Today we're presenting the Old State Award to retired employee Deborah Tyson. The Old North State Award can be made for individuals who have 20 years or more of service in the state of North Carolina. It is the second highest award for state service granted by the Office of the Governor. Ms. Deborah Tyson began her career with the Nash County Sheriff's Office in May of 1996 and served in various administrative capacities during her 25-year career. During her tenure, Ms. Tyson managed jury summons, eviction letters, executions, tax warrant letters, sheriff standards requirements, and entered training records for detention officers, deputies, and civilian employees. Ms. Tyson served as the administrative assistant for Sheriff Jimmy Grimes and Sheriff Dick Jenkins from 2004 to 2014. Ms. Tyson is married to Tracy Tyson, an employee with Braswell Family Farms, and has one daughter, Joni Carey, and one grandson, Colin. Ms. Tyson wanted us to ensure we knew that Colin is her favorite little guy. Last, Ms. Tyson has no immediate plans for retirement with the exception of getting to the ocean a bit more this summer with the family for some fishing. And I present to you Ms. Deborah Tyson. So on behalf of the Sheriff's Office, I present you this North Old State Award.
Thank you.
Sheriff.
She has worked diligently, keeping up with the standards in this office. Nobody knows how important a standard is until a deputy has lost his, or there's something sitting in where his certification is revoked. We've never had that issue, and I want to thank you for the service you did. You did a good job. Colin, come on up here with me, buddy. Trying to recruit a new deputy. Thank you.
Sheriff, I have you next on the agenda.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Glad to have you here this morning.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to come by and talk about the budget a minute. I want to thank the commissioners for what you did on the budget this fall with the Sheriff's Office. And also, I'm excited about the pay study that we're going to do, that is going to be implemented, I think, in July. I don't know the dates on that.
I refer to Mr. Lamb. I think we're going to start it a whole lot sooner than that.
We're going to put the RFP out as soon as possible.
Okay.
Okay, so close to that.
Sure.
Also, the 3% raise for the county employees, I know they appreciate that. That will go a long ways. What I wanted to touch on today is where we're at in law enforcement and our deputies' pay. I understand that a pay study is going to be done, and I thank y'all for doing that. We did an in-house pay study and found that we were actually pretty well far behind other agencies in the area. And I understand that the pay study that's going to be enacted, we don't know yet whether it's going to be the immediate job area or if it's going to extend out to other sheriff's offices across the state. I know you did an anecdotal one with, I think, a Mountain County and Halifax, Edgecombe, and some other ones where we were close comparable, but I wanted to bring it up and put it in perspective about where we're at. We have a 27-year jail detention officer, 27 years walking in that jail over there, and he's making $44,000 a year, $44,875 to be exact. That is one of the most difficult places to work. We're short over there at this time, thanks to the county manager, that we're using the lap salary money to be able to bring officers in, because it's difficult to pay a detention officer and very difficult to keep them. We're going to need 25 more detention officers to man this detention facility when we're up and running with the upgrades that we did. We can't even keep them now. I've been asking to bring their pay up to what a deputy's making so that we're in line of being able to keep people. I'll echo the words the governor used on Friday. He says the public expects and demands professional law enforcement. The expectations of law enforcement is more than it's ever been before, and it is scrutinized more than it's ever been before. So therefore, you've got to have professional law enforcement officers. One of the only ways we can get there is through pay. He said one of his missions is to increase the pay on his state law enforcement officers and enhance their benefit packages. I commend him for that, for he understands. Right here in our home, we've had 2 deputies that like to lost their life. Then again, last night, we've had another one where it's come about that point where a subject had was trafficking drugs, was called to the interstate, not beyond them, but a citizen calls to say somebody's acting suspicious here, and he has a weapon in a backpack and fails to follow commands, and he's trafficking drugs. His friends in the woods has overdosed. You know, we're in a trying time across America. You can see what's going on, and it's demanding public to have better law enforcement officers, better training. Our training's been cut in half this year, and I'm sure that a lot's going on, but we use asset forfeiture to help in the training because, as I said before, this public demands good law enforcement. To put it in perspective of where we're at, we're about 15% behind City of Rocky Mount in pay. We're about 20% behind overall pay of Wilson. And furthermore, looking at it, a police officer here in Nashville is only making a few $1,000s less than what one of our guys here is making after 14 years. A tenured deputy here is making $45,336. We don't have any mechanisms in place to be able to move them forward as positions like police officer 1, police officer 2, police officer 3. I've got 4 in the process right now with the highway patrol. We train these people and it costs about $70,000 to train them, and then we'll lose them. A trooper after 6 years is making about $70,000 a year, and the governor's looking at doing a more lucrative package for them. So obviously, your energetic, hardworking young deputies that are very professional are trying to move into those realms. I want to be able to compete with that. Our deputies right now is about $41,000, $42,000 coming in the door, but there's no mechanisms in place to move them forward. And that's where Rocky Mount and Wilson PD have been able to enhance their pay for their people. As I said earlier, I'm very excited about the 3% pay raise, but it's time that we look at these deputies and reclassify them. We've got to remember, they are the #1 most visible ambassador of Nash County. We cannot not have the most professional law enforcement officer we've been out there. We did savings. I know sometimes I hear it from the commissioner and also from the county manager that we spend a lot of money. We do. But we have spent $500,000 just in buying cars out of asset forfeiture. There's not another county sheriff's office that I know of that has spent that sum of money that don't cost the county anything. I think in the last 2 years, maybe 6 cars has been bought by the county. We've bought $500,000 worth of them. So we're trying to do our ends to be good stewards for the county, but it's my responsibility to stand up here for my men and talk about the pay. Our detention officers need to be raised up to the deputy pay so that we can get officers in here with tenure, send them to training to have the best training that there is out here. I wanted to put that out and just kind of put it on record, but I do want to thank you for the pay study that's coming about and also the 3% for the county. But we had put together a pay study and found that's where we were at, and our pay study was based on the immediate job market. Here's the way I look at that. Where a deputy sheriff can leave here today with the same certification and go to Wilson or drive to Rocky Mount and make more money than that. Or if they go to Wake County, which we did not incorporate, make a whole lot more money. But it's very feasible they can drive to Wake Forest or other places where they're making $55,000, $60,000 walking in the door, $10,000 more. But we have dedicated deputies that work every day, very trained, very professional, and I want to maintain those employees. But I want to thank y'all.
Thank you, Sheriff, for being here this morning. And on behalf of the board, I do appreciate your cooperative spirit in coming and speaking to us. I'll assure you we'll get the pay study done, and the board will look at it very carefully. We hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
I'm not able to make any commitments, as you know, this morning on behalf of the board, but we take you seriously, and I think the thing that's most appreciative is your cooperative spirit that you bring this morning. Thank you.
Well, y'all have been good to the county, and I just want to continue that, but I think we need to be moved forward with the deputies reclassification.
Thank you, sir.
Can I ask him,
Yes,
what's
sir.
the normal tenure of your detention officer?
We have a very hard time maintaining detention officers over there. They come in, you train them up, they go. I've had them to come one day and look at it and say, this is not for me. We got to remember, most places we can go take a break, and the detention officer can, a state trooper can ride in, he can go to Dunkin' Donuts or go to Starbucks or whatever he wants on his break. Ours can walk outside, but they come back, and you've got to remember, we've got some of the most heinous criminals and in that jail. We've got to have detention officers that are very professional, because they're going to be tried all the time. And also, we've got to have the best person that can deal with these type people. I've heard it all over the United States talking about social workers. I was talking to Chief Deck Brown in Raleigh. She said, that's a good thing to do. She says, but just as this mental subject on Friday or last week, whatever day it was, shoots the deputy sheriff outside, and they have to use the patrol car as a shield to go up and get him as he's bleeding to death there. She said, law enforcement, there's a place for it. Well, I can tell you, there's a place for these detention officers too. And during COVID, we didn't get to go home. They didn't get to stand back and wear masks and do things of that nature to protect themselves. They put a mask on, and they had to be right there with anything that come before them. They're true heroes. As I was thinking about it yesterday, looking at D-Day and Operation Overlord, look at those true, proud soldiers that stormed that beach in Normandy. We're losing them every day. Okay. And we always wish what we could have did more for them. I know I do, and most people do, and there's Nash County people that we lose every day was in World War II. But there's another true hero. It's these law enforcement officers, EMS workers, firefighters that's doing it every day. And the one that we forget a lot is that detention officer. Because if they're not in there doing their job, as we know before, they'll be scaled a fence and be back out there in the community. So to answer your question, we have probably out of 5 that will be hired, will make it to that 5-year mark. And, a lot of it goes to training, but you can't train when you're short-staffed. As we're a shift short now, with this new addition of this jail, will be 25 more officers, which is very needed because these people need to be locked down and not in these settings that we discussed before. So hopefully, if we can get better packages, as the governor said, and better pay, that will entice better employees that want to come in and do this. And then, as with the Highway Patrol, I was there for 30 years, you don't have much turnover with the Highway Patrol. It's because they get a good pay, they get good equipment, and I would say that most of the troopers that go through school end up staying that 5-year mark, and a lot of them go into retirement. We need to work towards that as county law enforcement and county detention.
Okay, during the pandemic, did you, let's say all of them are essential workers, but did you have say the area that you would say more essential worker that were more direct contact with inmates?
Possibly contaminated people, sure. They were there with these people all the time. We had an outbreak in the jail. We didn't get to go home. We had to stay there. Same thing with our EMS people. I'm going to echo the same words for those. They got to respond to that. Law enforcement, we got to respond to that. In the bad situations, our public service workers have to be there. And that's the reason I'm pushing, but they got to be compensated.
All right. I support your effort in trying to raise the awareness of your detention officers and your sheriff department. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless y'all, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Good to see you this morning.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is beginning our public hearings, and it is a conditional use rezoning request to rezone 82 acres on Red Oak Road and NC Highway 43 to RA20 CU, which is the Jones Farm subdivision. It was previously tabled by this board on May the 3rd, and at this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Tyson to just give us the board a brief update on it. As I said, this item was tabled at our last board meeting. It did go back to the planning board, and the planning board had a different vote the second time, but Adam will explain all that to us. And Adam, before you start, just as a courtesy, because it's not a public hearing, if the people that are here this morning on this item wish to stand, just so the commissioners know you are here, I appreciate if you do that at this time. I knew quite a few of them were, but we thank you for being back this morning. Mr. Tyson?
Good morning.
Good morning.
As you said, the board held a quasi-judicial public hearing on May the 3rd, held and closed that public hearing on this request to rezone 82 acres on Red Road. You can see the property outlined on the screen. You have an aerial photo on the left and a zoning map on the right. The request was to rezone this property from A1 to RA20 CU for the development of 74 lots to be known as the Jones Farm subdivision. And of course, the minimum lot size in that proposed zoning district would be 20,000 square feet. At the conclusion of the public hearing, this board voted to table the request and refer it back to the planning board. The planning board reconsidered that request on May 17th and subsequently revised its previous unanimous recommendation for approval to a recommendation for denial with a split vote of 4-3. Based on the conclusion that the proposed 20,000 square foot minimum lot size would be incompatible with the existing residential density of the surrounding area. That, of course, is the layout that was proposed for the 20,000 square foot lots. And to elaborate just a bit on the planning board's decision, what they took note of is the fact that the property, which is highlighted in red here on this land use development map from our land use plan, is more or less sandwiched between the town of Red Oak, which is shown in gray over here, where I'm told typically the smallest minimum lot size allowed is 30,000 square feet. And then, of course, directly on the backside is our rural growth area, where you would not expect to see lots that are smaller than 40,000 square feet. And so that discrepancy was the basis of the planning board's change of heart, if you will. One thing I do want to update the board on is at the last public hearing, there were a lot of concerns expressed about traffic safety. And so I do want to make a couple comments that were passed on from our NC DOT district engineer about this particular intersection. There were 6 vehicle crashes recorded in the vicinity of this intersection over the most recent 5-year period, which is from 2016 to 2021. And you have a diagram there on your monitors. 2 of those crashes involved vehicles making left-hand turns onto or off of Red Oak Road, which is also NC Highway 43 at Red Road. That would be crash sites number 1 and number 6. There were 2 side swipe crashes involving vehicles stopped in the road or adjacent ditches due to ice or snow. That's number 2 and number 3. And then 2 crashes were involving just a single vehicle. Number 4 on the diagram was a failure to stop at a stop sign, and number 5 was a crash attributed to wet road conditions. So to sum all that up, because these crashes resulted in property damage but no recorded injuries, the NC DOT does not currently consider this to be an intersection hazardous enough to qualify for state funding for road safety improvements. The NCDOT does not recommend a second entrance for this proposed subdivision. That was a proposal from many of the speakers at the last public hearing. Of course, currently, the only public entrance is here on the west or the left-hand side of the sketch. The DOT would prefer that all subdivision traffic enter and exit on the lesser traveled red road, which is the left-hand side of that intersection, rather than having any traffic exiting and entering from the more heavily traveled NC Highway 43. The NCDOT would permit a limited second entrance if that was specifically restricted to a graveled and gated path designated for emergency use or emergency vehicles in the rare event that the main entrance is unavailable or blocked. And then finally, the NCDOT performed an updated traffic count on May the 4th, the day after our previous public hearing near the proposed subdivision entrance. They recorded 766 vehicle trips per day. They compare that to a historical traffic count from 2019, which had 750 vehicle trips per day. And based on those two counts, they determined that a new turn lane would not be necessary at the Red Road entrance, and that they typically do not consider new turn lanes with locations fewer than 4,000 vehicle trips per day. And so I just wanted to provide some context from the DOT to both the board and the public for the concerns that were related to traffic safety. The board has the remainder of the original report at your disposal in the agenda packet. This will be a three-motion process. The board will need to first adopt a consistency statement in the decision, and then secondly, approve or deny the zoning map amendment, and finally, approve or deny the conditional use permit. And other than that, I will be glad to take the board's questions.
Any questions, Mr. Tyson, at this time? Seeing none. Yes, sir, Mr. Harrington.
Any communication with the developer?
I'm going to take care of that in just
Okay.
a second
All right.
after I clear his presentation. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. For our board, I want to make sure we understand what we have before us today and what our options are. First option we have, of course, is to approve the request to rezone the property to the R20 CU as brought to us last month. And that's what we have before us today to approve. Our second option, of course, is to deny the request, which would start the whole process back over by the developer if he wished to come to us again with something else. And of course, it would further delay the petitioner on this particular item. The third request, as I understand it in discussions with Mr. Tyson and the attorney, is that we do have an option to do something other than R20CU that is less intense than what R20CU is. I do want to say that I got a call from the developer or one of the developers, Mr. Rose, on this item after the public hearing was conducted. It was a matter, he called me beforehand, and as many people did, many of us on the board, I wasn't able to talk to him about it because it was quasi-judicial and you just can't discuss it. But after the public hearing was conducted by this board, Mr. Durham advised me that I could discuss it with him after the public hearing. So I did have a discussion with Mr. Rose about that, and he decided that if possible, he would like to do something different than R20CU and wanted to see if he could do it in a way that wouldn't delay him any further, of course. So his representative, I don't see any of the developers here, but his representative is here. Kevin, are you prepared to tell us what that is? I don't think I should be doing it, what the proposal is. And of course, since it is a CU and we would require to see a plan that would tie it to a plan, I hope we have something available that this board could potentially look at, because as we all know, if we were to change it to, say, an R30, for instance, it could still be developed pretty much as drone, because you could cluster this particular thing because you have a lot of extra land, and it could still be developed as R20. But, Mr. Varnell, if you don't mind, let us know what your client, change in his request is. We would certainly like to, hear from you at this time if we could. And Adam, if I'm not doing this like you wish it to be done, sir, you let me know or the attorney, either one. Mr. Durham. If you would state your name and address for the record, and I'm assuming you're here with authority to speak for.
I am. My name is Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering, representing the developer, and our address is 801 East Washington Street, Nashville, North Carolina. Mr. Chairman, just like you mentioned, after the meeting, we went back to the developers and just kind of discussed a few options. And what we have decided to do was to request the commissioners to change our application to a R30 CU, which is a conditional use as well. And we have provided a revised map to the planning department. If Adam can bring that up. I know there were some concerns about potentially doing a cluster subdivision and still allowing the same number of lots with the same layout. So this layout provides all 30,000 square foot lots minimum. All of the lots are 110 foot wide, which exceeds the county's minimum for the R30. But I cannot remember the exact lot count.
The original proposal was for 74 lots. The revised has only 59, which is 15 fewer lots. Of course, in order to make the lots larger at 30,000 square feet apiece, you do have a reduction in the overall lot size. Also, the previously proposed common area, you'll remember in the rear, has now been eliminated, and all of those common area portions will become part of the lots that are to be privately owned. And then finally, there was a cul-de-sac on the north end of this road that is no longer being proposed. So it is a reduction in both the number of lots and in the amount of road to be constructed.
But if you remember, based on the previous sketch, the road layout is roughly the same. The driveway location is the exact same that we originally proposed in accordance with what DOT had requested. So the road layout is roughly the same. It's just the lot layout is slightly less, I guess, intensive than what we had originally proposed.
Varnell, do you still have the same number of lots fronting on Highway 43?
We do. So originally we had three
before.
large lots there.
Right.
And just to get the general layout of the parent tract ends up where you have that triangle shaped piece that's left at the end. So the same lots there were the same on the previous map.
I'll also note for the board that the RA30 zoning district, as the chairman noted, is less dense and therefore less intensive than the previously proposed and considered RA20 zoning district. And both the RA20 and the RA30 have substantially the same land uses. So there's not a meaningful difference in the types of land uses that can be permitted within the original proposal and the revised proposal.
Any question from board members? We really need to understand what they're proposing now versus what we had before. But any
I'm assuming, Kevin, since these are 30,000 square foot lots, all these still have individual driveways.
Correct.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
So I guess the only three that you're concerned about are the ones at front 43, and that's the same as it was on the previous development. And then all the other ones are internal to the subdivision.
The real question, there are no shared driveways.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yep. Other questions? Mr. Arrington, I know you know this, but it's your district, and do you have any questions about it? We don't normally get a change this significant at our meeting, but it was one way of not having to start the whole process over again. I think it's the way your client looked at it.
That's right.
No question. Explain.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, is this the right plat?
The one on the,
It is.
Got the initial one, the new one's on the screen.
That's the original.
I don't think so.
What you've got here is not what's up there.
We can't hardly read that, so, Mr. Lamb, I don't know whether it's right or not.
Oh, I see, I got it. Okay, I'm sorry.
But it's a reduction of 15 lots, is what I heard.
That's correct.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Adam, excuse me just a minute, Adam. Do you have any other comments? You just here for questions, Mr. Tyson?
I would only add that both Mr. Durham and I have consulted the resources available from the School of Government, and that we both are in agreement that we feel comfortable that this change can be made within the confines of this request without having to start over as a new request.
Okay, thank you. Other questions of Mr. Tyson? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. As Mr. Tyson said, or I said earlier, we will not have another public hearing on this item. So we are now down to calling for a motion, and it is a three-motion process. As we discussed the other day, I think it's important for this board to somewhat understand the district that it's in and how that district commissioner feels about it. Certainly, he gets one vote like the rest of us do. But with that said, I think he would be closest to the people. And in my district, I would certainly want the board to understand how I felt about it. But Mr. Arrington, do you wish to say anything prior to me asking for a motion? Or I know I'm putting you on the spot, but I'll just ask you that.
Well, we heard got emails and also heard from citizens about the proposed development. And I understand that most of the citizens that complained were in Mr. Davis's district. And this new development would be really new citizens in District 1. But I understand that the concerns that the citizens on the other side within Red Oak have about R20. So we have taken those considerations in our decisions and the process that we have taken.
Thank you, Mr. Arrington. The first notion I would need is a call for a motion for adoption of a consistency statement A or B, and at this time I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt the consistency statement. Is this as revised?
It's really not revised on consistency statement.
There will be some revisions in the second two motions, and I'll highlight those as we get there.
Right.
In the consistency statement, there's no need to make any edits. You can go for A or B as written.
Okay. All right. I have a motion for consistency statement A and the reasons stated under consistency statement A from Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on the motion? I want to be certain we all understand what we're doing. Seems like we do. Okay. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries. The second motion that I need is a motion to approve or deny the zoning map amendment. And Mr. Tyson, if you would just let the board know what changes would entail from what we have presented in the original documents versus what we would actually be doing this morning with the R30 CU.
So for the record and to assist the clerk with the minutes, if the motion is to approve the zoning map amendment, then that would be subject to a revision of the very last line, substituting RA30 CU, single-family residential conditional use, in place of where it says RA20 CU, medium-density residential conditional use. So it is simply changing the zone at the end of the motion to RA30 CU, single-family residential conditional use.
Mr. Tyson, which motion would tie it to the new map that we have to be clear that we wouldn't have clustering?
That would be under development conditions, and we'll handle that in the third
motion. What I thought. I just wanted to be sure. All right, this time I'd entertain a motion to approve or deny the rezoning map as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the rezone map as presented as R30CU.
Okay, have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And second by Commissioner Combs, and that would include those items listed under there. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. Third motion that we need is to approve or deny the conditional use permit. And Mr. Tyson, if you could tell us that change.
So there are two sections under this motion. If the motion is to approve, you'll be doing it subject to 5 conclusions with supporting findings of fact. Those do not need any revision. But under development conditions, I would suggest that condition number 1 be revised to read, the subject property shall only be developed in accordance with the subdivision sketch plan approved June 7th, 2021 for the Jones Farm subdivision that does not utilize the cluster development option. And I would also recommend a revision to item number 2 under development conditions, which again is just a switch out of the name of the zone. We would change it from RA20 medium density residential to RA30 single family residential. And so that would be a slight revision to development condition number 1 and number 2.
All right, I'd entertain a motion at this time to approve or deny the conditional use permit with the changes as outlined by Mr. Tyson.
So move, Mr. Chair, that we approve the rezoning permit to revise the proposed property to not allow cluster.
Okay. Have a motion. Is there a second to that motion? It's 1 and 2.
Second.
Second by Mr. Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. And I do thank the people for being here, being involved in this process. I do hope that y'all understand it was the developer that requested this change, and it may not be exactly what you want, but it is an improvement over what it was to start with. Thank y'all for being here again.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a comment?
You can, sir, by all means.
I just, when I see situations like this, I like to point out how government is supposed to work. We saw at the last meeting, citizens come and petition their government for redress of their grievances, and that's such a healthy thing that that they came and spoke and let the commissioners know their opinion. As a student of political science and public policy, this could almost be a textbook case of how things happen. I also want to thank the developer who probably didn't have to compromise, yet he was willing to compromise for the good of the community and to keep people happy in his community. And again, whenever you get this interaction of citizens and government and, in this case, a developer, and it comes out with a solution that everyone hopefully can live with, I think it just says a lot about our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Your next career must going to be a professor somewhere at the School of Government, maybe.
Yeah.
I did teach a course at Duke in politics and policy process, so that's sort of related.
Thank you, sir.
That was my intent when I offer the motion for the two sides to get together and work on it and come to a solution.
Thank you, Mr. Bellfield.
They don't understand that in Washington with the Congress, which it ought to be dissolved. You don't really need it, because they can't work together.
Well, I have a long agenda and a board that likes to get out of here before 5:30, so I'm going to keep moving, but your comments well taken. Now, I won't comment on what you had to say there. Everybody okay to keep moving, or we need a break here? You okay? All right, we'll do another quasi-judicial hearing. It's item number 11 on our agenda, which is a request to reissue expired conditional use permit CU 040801 of the Old Spring Hope Road Phase 2 subdivision. Mr. Tyson, what you got here?
The subject property is 49.5 acres. It is outlined in red on both the aerial photo and the zoning map before you. It is owned by, today, Williams Builders of Rocky Mount, LLC. It's on the southeast side of East Old Spring Hope Road. The town of Nashville would be to the west, and the city of Rocky Mount to the east. This site is part of a larger 74-acre tract of land. You can see it in this light-colored, light green triangle is the entire 74-acre tract of land that was rezoned by the Board of Commissioners way back in September 2004 to R20CU. That was based on the availability of Rocky Mount Municipal Water Service, which comes, of course, from the east and then turns down Old Spring Hope Road. The site was rezoned specifically to authorize the development of the Old Spring Hope Road subdivision. In order to secure access to that municipal water service back in 2004, the previous landowner petitioned the city for voluntary annexation of the property. And although annexation has not occurred yet, it does appear likely once the entire subdivision has been constructed. You'll note that Phase 1 of the Old Spring Hope Road subdivision already exists. That was recorded in April 2008. It's 14 lots that are directly along Old Spring Hope Road. You see them here, and then a few more on the north side of the subject property. And then there are 10 lots around what was then the newly constructed Eggers Road right here. And so all of these lots and these consist of Phase 1 that was recorded in 2008. However, because of the economic recession that began in 2008, those lots remained undeveloped until residential construction began just about 2 months ago, and that is currently underway on the Phase 1 lots. The subject property is undeveloped and partially cleared. It's located in the Tarpam River Basin, the WS4 PA Watershed Protection Overlay District. It is not in a regulated floodplain, and the prospective developer, you'll see, has identified the locations of the existing wetlands and the riparian stream buffer areas that will need to remain undisturbed. The property is also immediately adjacent to the railroad right-of-way along its southern boundary, and so that would be down here is the existing railroad line. The zone is a conditional use zone, and so of course all development within a conditional use zone must be specifically authorized by the issuance of a conditional use permit. The zoning that was done in 2004 stands, but what the board is being called upon to do is to renew the conditional use permit that goes hand in hand with that zoning. And of course that old permit expired after development on Phase 2 was discontinued for a period of 1 year, and it's been multiple years since then. So the reissuance of this conditional use permit is required. The property owner has submitted this request, and along with this sketch plan, which proposes 45 lots in Phase 2 of the Old Spring Hope Road subdivision. This plan was developed by Joyner Keeney. It serves as the required site plan for the conditional use permit. 44 of those lots would be served by the new internal roads, which there's a network of 3 internal roads you can see here. There would also be 1 lot found here that would be developed with direct access to East Old Spring Hope Road. There's about 12.25 acres in this common area here, and a conservation easement for stormwater management purposes that would be owned by a homeowners association. And then there's about a 5.5 acre tract that consists almost completely of existing wetlands that is planned to be retained in the ownership of the developer. All of these proposed lots either meet or exceed the 20,000 square foot minimum lot area and 100 foot minimum lot width that are the standard requirements of this RA20 zoning district. You'll note that the plan provides for potential future connectivity with the adjacent property to the east with this stub road right here. And so additional development here could connect through the same road network. And the developer, of course, will be required to construct new water lines coming from the existing mains along East Old Spring Hope Road, along the new roads to serve each lot. There is, of course, as there often is, a catch. The NC DOT traffic count for East Old Spring Hope Road exceeds 3,000 vehicular trips per day already without the addition of these lots. And of course, by now the board's familiar that we have additional lot width requirements for new lots that are subdivided for roads that have, with direct access to roads that have over just 1,000 estimated vehicle trips. And so in this case, lot 55, the one lot that will be accessed directly off of East Old Spring Hope Road, does not have the required lot width to be on a high traffic road. And therefore, the developer has requested a waiver of the required additional lot width and area, and they have provided 5 justifications that I will review with you now. Number 1, to justify the waiver, it is based on a revised master sketch plan for the Old Spring Hope Road subdivision that was previously approved by the county, depicting lot 55 as currently proposed. Number 2, the developer previously acted in good faith by following that master sketch plan and constructing phase 1 of the subdivision in accordance with that plan. Number 3, denial of proposed lot 55 would only result in the creation of one additional lot along East Old Spring Hope Road, and that lot would be extremely similar in width and size to the other lots that are existing already along East Old Spring Hope Road, immediately adjacent to the north and on the other side of Phase 2 to the south. The Technical Review Committee considered this request back on April the 30th and recommended approval of the permit, but denial of the subdivision waiver because it found no technical basis to establish that the subject property presents an unusual and unnecessary physical hardship, or that the approval of the proposed waiver would result in equal or better performance than the standard ordinance requirements. I'll remind the board that the TRC typically restricts their recommendations as much as possible to the technical aspects and merits of a request. And so, of course, it is entirely possible that there are other practical concerns as outlined by the developer that would factor into your decision on this particular waiver. The planning board met on this request on May the 17th. There were no members of the public other than the applicant present to address the board. With a split vote of 7-1, the planning board recommended approval of consistency statement A, finding that the conclusions with supporting findings of fact for approval were valid for the conditional use permit. Number 2, they recommended approval of the subdivision waiver based on the 5 justifications provided by the developer for lot 55. And number 3, the board recommended approval of the conditional use permit to authorize the development of phase 2 overall. This is going to be a 3-motion process. Motion number 1 is to adopt a set of conclusions with supporting findings of fact. The board will need to determine that, number 1, the development meets all the standards required by the ordinance, which of course the staff has checked on your behalf. Number 2, that it will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Number 3, it will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Number 4, it will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. And number 5, it will be in conformity with the Nash County Land Development Plan. And of course, the plan designates this area as suburban growth area. The development of 20,000 square foot lots is supported where public water service is available. The public water service is available from the city of Rocky Mount, and permitting this residential development will help to accommodate the significant residential growth anticipated for this area. The second motion will be to actually approve or deny the subdivision waiver request. And then finally, the third motion to approve or deny the conditional use permit. And with that, I'll be glad to take any questions from the board. I would ask that when we open the public hearing that the board accepts the contents of this staff report as well as the case file into evidence for this particular case.
Any questions of Mr. Tyson at this time? Mr. Outlaw?
I just got a question, comment. For clarification, this plan was approved in 2004, which would allow for petitioned annexation into the city of Rocky Mount.
Correct. Voluntary annexation if elected by the property owner, which is my understanding the property owner at that time, who was a different property owner from now, did follow through with that in order to secure the provision of public water from the city.
I understand that. So this is a satellite location for annexation.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that's very clear. Satellite location simply means this particular location, it's not contiguous with the city of Rocky Mount, so the surrounding area that is not currently in the city of Rocky Mount would not go into the city of Rocky Mount with this annexation. Any future annexation short of petitioned annexation by a developer would require the North Carolina laws for annexation to kick in, which are very clear, that it would require a vote of the people. Is that, did I state that?
I would concur with everything you said. It is not contiguous. The closest border of the city of Rocky Mount would be at the intersection near the community college to the east. And this petition to annex would not affect any adjacent properties unless the owner of that property were to some point in the future apply for voluntary annexation, or if the city were to use the existing state statutes to annex. But this particular action does not have a direct effect on bringing any property other than that triangle that's outlined on the screen into the city of Rocky Mount.
Just wanted to make that point very clear, because I know that I will get some calls on this, and I just want it to be on the record that that's exactly what we've got. Now, the second point I want to make, the Lot 55, which sits on the main road, that particular lot was in the original plan as well.
Well, the original plan was revised again in 2008, but yes, it was in the 2008 version of the plan, substantially the same as what you see proposed today.
So if this board chose to allow for that waiver, then that would be under the understanding that they had a previous plan. I guess you could call that grandfathering or whatever you want to call it. It's not like we are being inconsistent with what we have recently done in terms of lot width.
Correct.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify those 2 points.
Other questions from commissioners?
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
When did that originally approved permit expire?
It would have expired 1 year after they, I don't know the exact date. It would have been expired 1 year after the active development of Phase 2 stopped. And so it was a substantial time back.
Thank you.
Other comments? Mr. Tyson, the way you just phrased something, it sounded like the action we're taking today has something to do with annexation. And maybe, I don't think it does, but maybe I read what you said wrong.
To my knowledge, the county has no role to play in a voluntary annexation.
Right.
Now, a voluntary annexation could result from this because of the developer's independent negotiations with the city to provide public water, but it is not an action of the county that would be directly related to the annexation.
In your knowledge, and you may not even know, but has there been any speaking about sewer also, or is it just along water at the present time?
To my knowledge, just water.
Okay.
And so I anticipate Phase 2 will continue to use on-site septic systems.
Okay, all right.
And then if that were the case, then I would encourage the developer not to annex. If you want to be a good neighbor in an Oak-level community, you probably don't want to annex. Just my thoughts.
All right, there are no other questions, so thank you, Mr. Tyson. At this time, I would entertain a motion to begin the quasi-judicial public hearing for this item, number 11. Have a motion, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a quasi-judicial public hearing, and if you wish to speak for or against that, I'd like for you to come up at this time, and after I swear Mr. Tyson in, we will swear you in individually as you wish to speak. So Mr. Tyson, Madam Clerk, you swear him in first.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And if you would, Madam Clerk, note that his testimony and report will be part of the record as well, accepted into the record. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item at this time? Good morning, Mr. Williams. You would have Madam Clerk swear you in.
Yes, sir. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand.
bad.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir. If you'd state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, I'm David Williams, 8820 Thomas Road. I purchased the property back in, I think we closed on in February this year, I believe it was early February. Worked on it for like a year trying to get this done, but the lot that fronts on Old Spring Hope Road was done earlier, so I would just ask that it would be continued to, as it was approved previously. The subdivision, as far as the water, be honest with you, when I was purchasing the property, I assumed that it was Nash County water, but I soon found out, once we got ready to start pulling permits, that it was not. So that threw us into the issue with the annexation and stuff. So that's the reason for that. I'll just leave it at that. But that was kind of found out just as soon as we got ready to start pulling permits, and then it came back and says, well, where's the water coming from? So anyway, I would just ask that y'all would, since it's just one lot, it's not, we're not trying to do the whole, there are already lots already approved across or recorded across the front road frontage there, but I would just ask that y'all would work with me on this one lot. That's all I would ask for. Any questions?
Questions of Mr. Williams? I'm trying to ask one that I want to phrase it right. Would it be correct that to get that water, you have to request annexation, or are you that far into the process?
You have to request it.
Okay.
That is their requirement, and the line's there, but for them to put the water in the line is to.
And I'm thinking they would do a study and decide whether it was in their best interest or not. Has that study been done, and do you know that they are going to annex you, or they
I'm
have an
pretty sure
option?
that they will annex it at the second phase in. They will probably, right now it's to do a strip paved street, which is just a normal street. So it will look just like it is out in the county. That is what the goal is to do.
Adam, this is not in their extra territory boundary then?
No, sir.
No. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item at this time? there anyone else to wish to speak? Entertain a motion to close the quasi judicial hearing at this time.
So moved. Second.
Have a motion by, I'm not sure, Commissioner Belfield, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, by a like sign. Motion carries. Public hearing is now closed. Is there other question that anyone would have for Mr. Tyson? Mr. Tyson, it seems like we are directing this votes on that one lot, wherein what I'm understanding is we are really reapproving the whole process. Could you make that a little bit clearer for me, please? And maybe I'm the only one that wants to make sure I got it.
So this is not a decision to rezone the property. The property is already zoned RA20CU. This is a decision to reapprove the subdivision plan that is going to occur within that zone. And one aspect of the plan is the request for a waiver for Lot 55. But the overall action is to simply approve the design for Phase 2.
Just want to make sure we all understood that. Any other questions?
There's really, for this particular project, if you go out to Old Spring Hope Road, the project is well underway. So,
Phase 1.
Exactly. So in terms of anything, any authority this board has over the zoning of that property, that ship sailed. That's a done deal. So nothing we're going to do today would prevent the developer from satellite annexing that property, the city of Rocky Mount. So that needs to be very clear. It was previously approved by whatever board sat at that particular time. So we're dealing with Phase 2, which is a part of Phase 1, and we're dealing with Lot 55 today. And with that said, Mr. Chairman, I would, without further questions, I would make a motion to adopt consistency statement A related to the reissue of the expired conditional use permit with the supporting findings of fact. I think it's 1 through 5.
You have a motion to approve option A. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Got him right before you, Mr. Belfield. Now, is there any questions about this by any commissioner? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, by a like sign. That motion 1 carries. We go to motion 2, which is approve or deny the subdivision waiver request.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the subdivision waiver request for Lot 55 based on the fact that it was a part of the original plan.
Okay, and the other 4 items that are with that. Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, by a like sign. It was a 5-1 vote. The next motion is to approve or deny the conditional use permit, which is motion number 3.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the conditional use permit.
Okay, and it has
with the development conditions.
with the 5 development conditions under it. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, by a like sign? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Leggett.
Now may be an appropriate time to take a break and come back into the board meeting section and review at 11.
Thank you very much for prompting me on that. It had left me, but we will now take about a 13-minute break. We'll come back to the Equalization and Review Board. Thank you. I will call the Nash County Board of Commissioners meeting back to order at this time, and I would immediately ask that the board go into recess, and at this time, I'd entertain a motion to open the Board of Equalization and Review.
So moved.
Have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? At this time, I would ask the clerk to swear the members of the Board of Commissioners in as the Board of Equalization and Review. Do I not do that?
No, it's not necessary at this point. You've
Pardon me?
already been sworn in for this year.
Okay. That's okay. Ain't no problem. I'm trying to follow my instructions up here, so I don't need to be sworn in.
No, sir.
All right. All right, I'll call the meeting to order at this time then. And I would instruct the tax administrator, Doris, to proceed.
All right, good morning. As you know, this is going to be our second board of the Nash County Board of E&R, and in compliance with Nash County Statute 105-322, the Nash County Board of E&R will meet to hear upon request any and all taxpayers who own or control taxable property assessed for taxation in Nash County with respect to the valuation of such property. So this would be a time for anyone who had an appeal to appear before the board to hear that appeal. And at this time, we do not have any appeals docketed with the tax department for your consideration this morning. I don't know if there's anyone here that may have an appeal.
Is there anyone in the audience that was here to have an appeal to a tax value? I probably could, but I won't. So I'm assuming this would close it?
We would adjourn.
Adjourn?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If there is no, there are no appeals available docketed, or if no one's available, then the chair would entertain a motion to adjourn the 2021 Board of Equalization and Review.
And you don't have any more unfinished business for the year?
No, sir.
Okay, so we would reconvene about this time next year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Last call. Entertain a motion to close the Board of Equalization and Review at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries. Doris, do you mind if I asked you to update the board? You kept me updated about the acceleration, or maybe Mr. Lamb, of our
Yes, sir.
reappraisal, and it sounds like to me we're going to have to do it
Yes,
a
sir.
year or 2 years earlier.
We're going to have to accelerate it 1 year early.
Okay.
Our sales ratio came in below the 85%, and there's a rule that if you fall below the 85%, then you have to advance your reappraisal.
That seems awful severe to me, but do we have any options on that?
No, sir. We did ask for an appeal and a review with the state, and went through a thorough review of our sales, and that's what it indicates, that we are below that 85%.
And that's a good thing in a way, I guess,
Yes, sir.
because our values have gone up quite a bit.
Yes, sir, and we have a very healthy real estate market, and we have lots of sales going on. So,
Mr. Chairman.
I didn't get the answer I wanted yet.
I
Can you
know.
give me a different answer, or the attorney give me a different answer? Yes, sir, Mr. Lamb.
I have two comments. One would be that when you had your when you had your informal appeal discussion, did it come up about the city of Rocky Mount?
Yes, it did.
And the Edgecombe County?
Yes,
us
sir.
being on the same schedule?
yes.
That we're not alone. I mean, High Point's in 4 counties, so that's a problem that I guess they've figured out how to deal with. But if you had a big change in their values on the Nash side of Rocky Mount, the tax rate has to be uniform in the whole city. So it's not a good thing not to have it at the same time that Edgecombe has theirs. This is a fairly new law.
Yes, it's about maybe 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, it came about because during the Great Recession, actually it's 15 above or 15 below percent, and it came about during the Great Recession because we had people in this county and other counties across the state that had a tax value of $100,000 and the value of their property to sell had dropped dramatically, yet for 7 years, as many as 7 years, they had to live, and we saw that in our county, they had to live with that higher value and pay tax based on that higher value. So it was really a protection law to help people. What happened with the Great Recession had never happened before. You always have values going up, but then you had values going down. People were paying tax on $100,000 when the property was worth $50,000. And so this was to help taxpayers, but they had to make it both higher or lower. And now I guess there's several counties that are getting stuck here. This is Department of Revenue?
Yes, Department of Revenue, North Carolina Department of Revenue.
We'll continue to explore an appeal because of special circumstances, mainly Rocky Mount, and we were so close. It was 84.3. So we were so close to 85, and now we do have money in our revow account. We have been putting $100,000 a year aside. The last revow cost $800,000, so we're in pretty good shape. But we will continue to explore a waiver and report back to y'all very soon.
Have we been in touch with Edgecombe that this is getting ready to happen, so because they could accelerate theirs also, I would think, couldn't you? So
Yes, sir.
keep it the same.
I did speak with the tax administrator in Edgecombe County, and she's aware that we may have to do that, accelerate the reappraisal.
Right,
And she is aware.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like that make a real mess if we don't keep it at the same time. I did read, after Darth our emails last week, I read over the weekend sometime an article that the mayor published that was an article about the 10 cities or 10 areas that had the highest increase in home values. And actually in the whole nation, the Rocky Mount metropolitan area was number 6 out of the 10. So it's apparently recognized by other people how much our values had gone up.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that value is in the city of Rocky Mount because the homes up there have just gone back where they should have been all along. So that documented the fact of what the state is telling us, I think. But he had it online if you want to look at his Facebook page. The mayor published a real good article about that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
You think it would be a good idea to maybe officially notify Edgecombe and the city of Rocky Mount of this pending potential revaluation?
Have you done
I know that the tax administrator is aware of that, but I'm talking about
that? Yeah, we could do that.
city manager, the county manager, and just make sure they are aware of it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Do you, are one of y'all prepared to tell us what that schedule would be? When does it have to start?
Go ahead.
It would be effective for 2024. So we'd have to get
When
started
would you have to employ a firm?
almost as soon, very
Well, I think
soon.
your email to me said you got to employ somebody quick.
Yes, sir, so that we could get someone on board to start that revow. It takes about 18 months or more,
Right.
so.
Yeah, the values would be effective January 1, 2024 instead of January 1, 2025.
Okay. I apologize for bringing that up without mentioning it, but I knew I'd been hearing about it from you and felt like the whole board needed to know what was going on.
Yeah.
Yes, so we worked really hard, but maybe if we can,
Were they willing to pool additional?
well, we did look at our other sales, and we were just below.
Huh?
We were just below the 85%.
When you pulled additional ones?
Yes, when we talked to them.
I'm not surprised at all. I'm surprised it's that close, quite frankly.
Yeah.
With, what I see going on.
Yeah, I didn't realize we had actually pulled it. I thought she had just had a conversation and they were not willing to entertain it. But we'll still, I'll make a phone call with her and call up to revenue and find out what.
Right. But as Mr. Outlaw said, I think it would be a good courtesy to officially.
Yeah, we'll do that
If you're not successful, to let them know.
Yeah.
Particularly Edgecombe, because if they're going to stay with us, they're going to need to be employing someone as well.
I don't think they'll be forced to, though.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But it just seems like that would be the right thing to do.
Yeah. I would think Rocky Mount would want them to. Because
think
Rocky
so.
Mount doesn't want to have a set tax rate with values that are 7 years old and values that are brand new.
Yep, exactly. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that update as well.
And, Mr. Chairman, she's later on the agenda as usual, and if it's all right, I would request that she be allowed to go ahead and give her report.
Any opposition from a board member about maybe changing the agenda to do item 27 and 28 at this time?
No problem.
No. Okay, we'll move to, good point, Mr. Lamb, item number 27, the monthly tax report.
Okay, thank you. In keeping with General Statute 105-360, the tax collector will be providing a monthly report showing the amount of taxes collected and efforts being made to collect those taxes. This report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. It is for your information only and does not require approval. However, it is recommended that you accept the report so that it'll be noted in the minutes. And if there are any questions, I would be glad to answer.
Any questions on the tax report? Record show, Madam Clerk, that it was accepted by the board, tax refunds. Item number 28.
Yes, sir. And at this time, there are no refunds for consideration today.
Okay. We thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate you and your staff for what you do, of course.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Adam, I need to be on item 12, am I correct?
Yep.
All right, we'll move on to item number 12, which is another quasi-judicial public hearing on conditional use rezoning request CU 210503 to rezone .7378 acres behind 4303 Oak Level Road, and I believe to OICU to permit an office building, and I believe this is in your area, Mr. Tyson?
In my district.
In your district, yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
All right. As the chairman said, it's .378 acres, which is an extremely small portion of land. It's a portion of an approximately 13.5 acre tract owned by Eliam T. Hoyle and Margaret P. Hoyle. It's behind and immediately south of the home at 4303 Oak Level Road, and it's currently zoned R30, which you can see the large area there in that green color is zoned R30. Property is southwest of the city of Rocky Mount. It's just west of Interstate I-95, which you can see in the bottom right-hand corner there. And it is immediately adjacent to the Country Lane Acres subdivision, which would be these lots to the west and the south of the subject property. Subject property contains a former guest house that was converted over 20 years ago, around 1998 or 1999, for use as an office operation with approximately 9 employees in support of what was then Carolina Industrial Resources, and which is now known as CIR Flexible Packaging. Same firm, they've just kind of evolved and changed their name over the years. CIR Flexible Packaging is an engineering and brokerage firm specializing in innovative flexible product packaging solutions, including various types of bags, pouches, films, and foils. The conversion of that guest house was evidently done in violation of the zoning requirements of the UDO because, as you can see, the property remains zoned for residential use. The firm CIR Flexible Packaging has now contacted the Planning and Inspections Department regarding construction permits needed to convert that garage space of the former guest house into additional office and conference room areas. However, prior to construction, we will need to get the zoning classification correct in order to allow for commercial activity. Therefore, the property owner has submitted this rezoning request to rezone the .378 acre portion of the property that you see outlined in red on both the aerial photo and the zoning map. This is a site plan of that very small area that has been provided by Donald Hillhorst, land surveyor. And you notice that that area includes just the former guest house used as an office building currently, and then the associated asphalt parking immediately behind it, as that is the only portion of the property that's used commercially or is planned to be used commercially. The OI zoning district, office and institutional, is primarily intended to accommodate office, public and institutional land uses, business, professional, and personal services, limited support retail, and sometimes high-density residential uses. Because this is a conditional rezoning request, the subject property would be developed only in accordance with the proposed site plan, which, as you can see, does not create the opportunity of any new expansion, as there is none proposed. And also, it would be limited in the permitted land use to just the continued use of an office. So it is very specific. It's a very small area and a very specific set of conditions. It is in the suburban growth area, as you can see from this map, and it is mostly inconsistent with all the recommendations of the Nash County Land Use Plan. The one way it would be consistent is that the plan does recommend limited commercial land uses within this area, and certainly this particular commercial land use will be limited with the relatively small land area, the relatively low intensity of an office use. But the actual area to be rezoned does not satisfy any of the specific locational criteria we typically look for in a rezoning. For instance, the area to be rezoned does not have frontage along or direct access to a major state highway or secondary road. It is not located at a major intersection. It's not located in proximity to other similar land uses, and it is not significantly spatially separated from adjacent existing residential development. Also, it would definitely be considered spot zoning. One look at the maps would tell you that. But it may be a unique case of reasonable spot zoning, because what we have here that we don't have in other cases is a 20-year track record of this business operating without any known complaints or concerns from the surrounding neighborhood. And so that makes this a unique case. There are 4 statements there under the spot zoning analysis. Number 1, the area and structure requested for rezoning have previously been used as an office for more than 20 years with no evident record of complaints or concerns from the neighbors or the surrounding community. Number 2, the request would allow only very limited commercial use of the subject property in terms of the total area and intensity. Number 3, the request does not allow for any future expansion of the facility or rezoning area without requiring additional zoning hearings and the explicit approval of this board. And number 4, approval of the request would be beneficial to the continued operation of the existing business at this location while having little to no anticipated impact on the neighbors or the surrounding community. The Technical Review Committee considered this request on April 30th. and recommended approval based on its determination that although the request is mostly inconsistent with the land use plan, it is in the public interest and it is a unique case of reasonable spot zoning. The planning board met on May 17th. There were no members of the public other than the applicant present to address the board. The planning board voted unanimously to recommend approval of consistency statement A, finding the request to be mostly inconsistent with the land use plan, but still in the public interest and a unique case of reasonable spot zoning. Number 2, approval of the request to rezone the property from R30 to OICU. And number 3, approval of the requested conditional use permit to authorize the continued use of the building as an office. This will be a 3-motion process. First, to adopt a consistency statement. Second, to actually approve or deny the zoning map amendment. And thirdly, to approve or deny the conditional use permit. I do want to briefly review the development conditions. Conditions number 1 and number 2 were suggested by the Technical Review Committee. Number 1, the subject property will be approved for office use only. Number 2, the subject property should be developed and used in accordance with the approved site plan only. And then development conditions 3 and 4 were added by the planning board. Number 3, the existing well and septic system serving the former guest house shall be evaluated by Nash County Environmental Health Division and brought into compliance with the applicable water supply and wastewater disposal requirements for a commercial office. Currently, that office building shares a septic system with the main house, and I believe in order for it to be compliant with the commercial standards, it will likely need to install its own separate septic system. But the applicant is in communication with our environmental health department on that topic currently. And then finally, the planning board suggested that the office structure and its related parking area always be visually screened from the immediately adjacent residential subdivision. So that would be the subdivision lots along the western side. There is currently a privacy fence and a vegetative landscape buffer. And so condition number 4 would require that to be preserved, maintained, replaced, and or supplemented as necessary in order to provide effective visual screening as long as that building is used for commercial purposes. As a planner, this one hurts my feelings a little bit. This is certainly not how we like to see businesses develop in the county. On the other hand, it has a 20-year track record of not only being a viable business, but also of doing so without disrupting the neighborhood. And so it is the board's task to weigh those two things together and to make the decision today. And with that, I'll be glad to take any questions that the board has on this.
Questions from board members?
Has the applicant seen the development conditions?
Yes. The applicant was present at the planning board, and we have subsequently discussed the 4 conditions.
Is the applicant with us today? Okay. We'll get to you in a public hearing in just a moment, ma'am. Adam, how did we end up with a privacy fence and screening and we didn't know it was there? Is that along the whole rear of that line or something? Or I know I asked you something on history, but it seems odd that the fence and privacy screening is already there.
I don't know how long it's been there, but the applicant spoke to the planning board and told them that the screening and the fence would be there, and the planning board's motion was to require that under the conditions that it be maintained. Okay. I don't know the history of how long it's been there.
Unfair question, really. Other questions?
Was the applicant aware that they were in violation of the zoning code?
They were made aware of it when they came to request permits for the expansion to the office. I don't know, there's no record in our office of permits being pulled for the initial conversion of the building. I know that in recent months when they have tried to, they're making a good faith effort to try to move forward in compliance with all laws. I don't know much about what happened 20 years ago. But this zoning is going to be a necessary step in order for them to comply with everything they need to comply with.
Other questions? Was this the home that was originally owned by a doctor in town?
I have been told that.
Okay, that's what I thought it was. All right. Do you happen to know how many people work or will be working in this, or I can ask the applicant that when they come up?
My understanding is there are currently 9.
9 people working there, okay. All right. If no other questions, thank you, sir. This will be another quasi-judicial hearing, and if anybody wishes to speak, we will need to have the clerk swear you in when we come up, and at this time, I'd entertain a motion to go into a quasi-judicial hearing on this matter.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a quasi-judicial hearing to hear item number 12 on the agenda, and I would ask the clerk at this time to swear in Mr. Tyson.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I would ask that the board accept the contents of the staff report and the case file into evidence for this particular hearing.
Madam Clerk, if you would note, the board has chosen to do that.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone that wishes to speak for or against this item at this time? If so, I'd ask you to come forward, and we will have the clerk swear you in. Anyone wish to speak? Ma'am, if you're here on behalf of the applicant, you may wish to come up in case the board has some more questions, and let us swear you in so you can answer them under oath, if you don't mind. If you'd state your name and address for the record, and then we will have the clerk swear you in.
My name is Brooke Cook, and I am the Director of Operations at CIR. We're at 4303 Oak Level Road, 27803.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Would you place your left hand and raise your right? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to add to what Mr. Tyson has presented?
No, this is my first time here, but everything he said I have been made aware of, and the son is now running the company, and he wanted to make sure that going forward we do everything the way it needs to be done.
Who did you say was running it?
Patrick Hoyle, that is Eliam and Martin.
You said the son?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you said my son. I'm explaining that one to me, but I got you. All right, any questions for Brooke at this time? Do you have an idea of the growth of the company at this location? She said you had 9 employees now. Do you expect to have a lot more? Is it room for more?
Well, what we're looking to do is renovate 2 garages to add more office space, essentially, but we're not looking to add that many more employees, maybe a couple tops.
Are those 2 garages in this area we're changing?
They're part of the building that this square is centered around.
Okay, so it would be within what we were rezoning?
Correct.
Okay, all right. What do y'all do? I'm trying to get a feel for what the disturbance of, like Adam said, it's kind of unusual request, but being right there in the neighborhood like that, is it, just explain to us exactly what you do in the office.
So in the office, all we do is paperwork.
Okay.
We have vendors throughout the United States and Canada that we work with directly through email and phone calls, but within the office, it's strictly paperwork.
And your hours of operation are normally what?
Sir?
Your hours of operation are normally?
Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5.
Okay. I'm trying to relate this to something else that I ran into last week. Do you also have warehouse space over on Eastern Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. I met a gentleman that came in one of my businesses last week that was relocating here from out of town. And he said he worked for a place, and he told me the name of it, and he said his office was at this location. So, but he also explained that you had warehouse space somewhere else.
Yes, it'd be right there on Eastern Avenue.
Okay. That was a gentleman that came in a storage facility I had and was getting ready to move here, couldn't find anywhere to move. Just short and long, I don't recall his name, but it's just
Easton Hamilton.
that's exactly what it is. Okay, it's coincidental that this would show up after he explained that to me the other day. Any other questions?
Well, since it's in a residential area, the warehouse storage, are there any hazardous material or anything like that that's going to be stored?
Well, actually, the warehouse is located somewhere else. It's over on, in the warehouse district over there, kind of across from the John Deere place on Eastern Avenue. In some of Glover's warehouses, it's apparently where it is.
If you go down Oak Level Road, unless you know it's there, you wouldn't know it's there.
Right.
It's sitting so far off the road, there's a tremendous home sitting up there. I mean, I'm not aware of any complaints ever from the neighbors, and I appreciate the fact that you want to do things right today. I don't know what happened 20 years ago either, but 20 years ago was 20 years ago.
You don't know either.
It's not relative to what we're talking about today, what happened 20 years ago today.
Yep. I think that house that you're actually closest to, that 4883 maybe, is actually my brother-in-law, and I've never heard a complaint whatsoever from him, so must not be too much.
If you're headed towards Nashville, once you pass the overpass on 95, and there's a little small home sitting there, look to your left.
See it. Gotcha.
Way back off the road.
Yep. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other person wish to speak for or against this item at this time? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
So moved. Moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Adam, anything else we need to know? Any other questions for Adam? If not, it is a three-motion process, and I would entertain a motion at this time to adopt a consistency statement as called for on our agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move for adoption of consistency statement A related to the conditional use rezoning request.
Okay.
Second.
And a second. I have motion by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? The motion carried. We'll move to the second motion, which would be a call, a motion to approve or deny the zoning map amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the zoning map amendment.
Second.
I have a motion to approve as stated on the agenda and a second by Commissioner Combs. Is there questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. The third motion would be to approve or deny the conditional use permit with the items called for in the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the conditional use permit to authorize continued use of the subject property, including the conclusion with supporting findings of fact.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Agenda item 12 stands approved as well. We'll move to item number 13, which is a legislative public hearing on general rezoning Z210501 to rezone 1 acre on Highway 60, Old Highway 64 to rural commercial. Mr. Tyson.
The subject property is the red triangle that you see on the aerial photo in the zoning map before you. It's owned by Tyrone Scott Hayes, located at 10972 Old US Highway 64. It's at the intersection of that highway and Highway NC 98, and it's just east of the Nash-Franklin County line in that green A1 agricultural zoning district. The site includes an existing but currently unoccupied commercial building. That's a photo of it right there. There is no public water or sewer service currently available in this area, so the site will continue to be served by an on-site private well, which I believe is located right there on the site. That, of course, is the existing building, and then the existing septic system that's right there. The commercially zoned Terminex Pest Control Facility is located to the west. That's this existing RC commercial at 11070 and 11114 Old US Highway 64. Property is not located in a floodplain. The request here is to rezone the subject property from A1 to RC, rural commercial, in order to use the property for motor vehicle sales. The RC Rural Commercial Zoning District is primarily intended to accommodate limited retail, office, service, and medium-density residential uses, and they're typically located in the intersection area of rural roads and are intended to provide moderate-intensity shopping and services. You have in your packet an excerpt from the table of permitted uses that lists the full range of land uses permitted in the proposed RC zoning district. And even though the current applicant is planning to use the property for motor vehicle sales, I would call your attention to the fact that any of those land uses could be developed there once the property is rezoned. So we do need to take a broader look at the full range of land uses, since this is a general and not a conditional rezoning. In terms of the land use plan, you will see that the plan has already paved the way for this transition. This property is already part of a rural commercial area node that is centered around the intersection of those two highways. So meaning in 2006, this area was identified for potential future commercial growth and was in fact an area where it was to be encouraged. Rural commercial areas such as these were specifically designated at key road intersections in predominantly rural areas where small-scale business services are already present and where the development of additional limited commercial services would benefit the local customer base. In terms of spot zoning, it would not be considered spot zoning because, number one, the subject property has previously been used for commercial purposes, and it includes an existing commercial structure. Number two, the subject property is located at a major intersection with frontage along and direct access to major state highways. Number three, the subject property is located east of and in proximity to the already commercially zoned Terminex property to the west. And number four, the request is consistent, as we just discussed, with the recommendations of the land use plan. The Technical Review Committee considered this on April 30th and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered it on May the 17th. Mr. Mitchell Edwards was present to address the board on behalf of his grandmother, Geraldine Edwards, who is the owner of the property to the north, directly across the highway there, regarding concerns about future vehicle parking on the subject property. The Planning Board voted that night to unanimously recommend consistency statement A, finding the request to be reasonable, in the public interest, consistent with the land use plan, and not spot zoning. And they also recommended approval of the request to rezone the property from A1 to RC. This is a two-motion process. The board needs to adopt a consistency statement and to approve or deny the zoning map amendment. And this is a legislative public hearing, and so we will not need to swear in any speakers during the public hearing. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Questions from Mr. Tyson on item number 13? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Tyson. At this time, I'd call for a motion to go into public hearing on this matter.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs. There a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a legislative public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to speak for or against this item at this time, the board would be glad to hear from you if you would come up and state your name and address for the record. Anyone wishing to speak? Seeing no movement, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, seconded by,
Second.
who's it, Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? The public hearing is now closed. I would call for any discussion or any more questions from the board of Mr. Tyson. Seeing none, I'd call for a motion to adopt a consistency statement, A or B.
Make a motion to adopt consistency statement A.
I have a motion to adopt a consistency statement E with the, A with the items stated. Thank you, sir. Is there a second to that motion? Second. Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries. The next motion would be a motion to approve or deny the zoning map amendment.
Make a motion to approve the zoning map amendment.
Have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. We have two more public hearings. I will go to item number 14, which is a legislative public hearing on general rezoning request Z 210502 to rezone 1.87 acres on East NC Highway 97 to general commercial. Mr. Tyson.
All right, in the zoning, the area proposed for rezoning is highlighted in red on the aerial photo and in yellow on the zoning map on the right side of your screen. As the chairman stated, it's 1.87 acres. It's a portion of a larger, approximately 37.08 acre tract. So it is right now just a portion of this larger acreage to the east that exceeds the scope of what we're looking at on this aerial photo. It is owned by the Minnie D. Bullock heirs, located on the south side of East NC Highway 97. And as you can see from the green color, it's currently zoned R30. Property is immediately adjacent to the commercially zoned but currently undeveloped out parcel of the Joiners Crossing at Mill Branch Shopping Center. That would be this vacant parcel right here. And a cell tower that's existing at 10679 East NC Highway 97. That would be the dot right there. And it is across the road from the Dollar General, which is a GC commercial zoning district right here. The property is undeveloped with the exception of a small existing equipment pad. Nash County Public Water is available to the site via an existing 12-inch water line installed along East NC 97, and Nash County Public Sewer Service is also potentially available in this area. The site is not located in a regulated floodplain. It is in an airport height limitation zone due to its proximity to the Rocky Mount Wilson Regional Airport, and so the development of very tall structures would be prohibited. The request is to rezone the property from R30 to GC, which is the same zoning classification as the Dollar General across the road and the ABC store, which was recently rezoned by the board at this site. We've discussed in the past that GC would be a more appropriate classification for the entire shopping center. However, the property owner has not necessarily pursued that, but it would be supported by the land use plan and would be very appropriate. The GC zoning district is primarily intended to accommodate a wide range of retail, service, office, and high-density residential uses. They're typically located with access to major thoroughfares and urban services, such as public water and public sewer, and are intended to accommodate intensive commercial uses such as shopping centers, strip centers, and business parks, as well as freestanding highway-oriented business establishments. Included in your packet is an excerpt from the table of permitted uses that lists the full range of land uses that can be developed on this property if it were to be rezoned to GC. When we consult the land use plan, you will see that the subject property is partially located within this general commercial area that's been designated around the Joiners Crossroads in the 2006 land use plan. It covers the front left corner there of the subject property. And The general commercial areas are typically designated at major highway intersections that are served by both public water and sewer in order to accommodate both small and large-scale commercial land uses. And as we noted, the subject property does have potential access to both public water and sewer from Nash County. And so this property is partially located in that node. That node is not necessarily scientifically devised. It's a signifier that the county is interested in encouraging commercial growth at that intersection. So I'm not troubled by the fact that it doesn't cover the entire property. Clearly, the indication is that areas adjacent to this existing commercial development should be considered for future commercial development. In terms of spot zoning, it would not be considered spot zoning because the subject property, as stated, is immediately adjacent to the commercially zoned Joiners Crossing at Mill Branch Shopping Center and across the road from the Dollar General, which has the exact same zoning classification as is being requested here. The TRC considered this on April 30th and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered it on May 17th. Mr. Ronnie Peed, who's the owner and resident of the property on the far northeast side of this larger tract, so a little bit off the map up in that corner, did address the board regarding a stream that's located partially on the subject property across the back corner and the potential future development of the remainder tract. The Planning Board then voted unanimously to recommend consistency statement A, finding the request to be reasonable, in the public interest, consistent with the land use plan and not spot zoning, and they voted unanimously to recommend approval of the rezoning itself from R30 to GC. This also is a legislative public hearing, so we will not need to swear in speakers. This is a two-motion process to adopt a consistency statement and then approve or deny the zoning map amendment. And I'll be glad to take the board's questions.
Questions of Mr. Tyson on this item?
Mr. Tyson, I've got a question.
Yes.
Is there already a business that's wanting to locate here, or is this just the owner trying to make it marketable as commercial?
To my knowledge, it's the owner trying to make it marketable. Mr. Kevin Varnell is here to represent the applicant in the public hearing, and perhaps he can elaborate on that. But no particular commercial use has been identified to me yet.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. At this time, I would call for a public hearing, legislative public hearing, to go into public hearing for this item.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a public hearing on the rezoning of this property to rural commercial. And if there's someone here that wishes to speak for or against this item, at this time, we'd ask you to come forward, state your name and address for the record. We'd be tickled to hear from you. Mr. Varnell.
Good morning again. Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering, representing the owner. Address is 801 East Washington Street, Nashville, North Carolina. And to answer your question, Ms. Leggett, there is a potential business, which is why the shape is sized the way it is, and the whole property is not being requested at this time. But again, this is ultimately for general commercial zoning for that specific area, but there is a business looking to locate. And I'll be happy to answer any other questions you have.
Questions of Mr. Varnell from board members?
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing no one, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
Move. Second.
Moved by Commissioner Bellfield, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Public hearing is now closed, and any other questions for Mr. Tyson or staff members? Seeing none, I'd call for a motion to adopt the consistency statement.
Move for adoption of consistency statement A for approval.
Have a motion to adopt consistency statement A. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries, and we would entertain a motion to approve or deny the rezoning map amendment.
Move for approval of the zoning map amendments.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Outlaw, Mr. Bellfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a light sign. The motion carries as well, and the rezoning is done.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Board members, we're at 12 o'clock. We do have one more public hearing that we should conduct because it was a public hearing and may potentially have someone from the public. After that, it looks like we still got at least maybe another hour and a half of items here, at least an hour. Do y'all wish to do that public hearing and then take a lunch break and then come back? Because a couple of you got on me when I run so long the last time. What's the pleasure of the board?
Let's take a lunch break. Let's take a lunch break.
Take a lunch break after this last public hearing. Seems to be a consensus. At this time, we are on item number 15. I just wanted to say that for the staff's benefit in case staff members have something else they need to do. We'll take about a 30-minute lunch break after this. But item number 15 is a public hearing on the fiscal year 21-22 budget. And I would call on Mr. Lamb at this time to make the presentation, and then we'll hold a public hearing. Mr. Lamb?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. At the last meeting, we did present the budget to the board. It was the result of a lot of negotiations for the last 3 or 4 months, and we are very pleased with that board. After the public hearing, I would request that the board adopt the budget ordinance, which has been the practice of this board after public hearing. If there are any amendments, we would ask that you make those amendments and then incorporate those amendments into the public hearing, into the ordinance, and pass it also today. You do have a third option, and that's to table the ordinance to a later date, but by law, you must adopt it by July 1, 2021. Just want to recap a few things. I see we don't have anybody from the public here, so I don't think it's going to be a long public hearing, so I'll try to keep it short. Just to recap, the general fund budget went over $100 million, a little less than 5% increase, $100,334,000 overall. All funds, including water, sewer, solid waste, is $115 million. As has been the case for the last, 12 or 13 years, there is no tax increase. We will maintain the 67-cent tax rate here in the county. There are, as you know, a couple fire districts who are independent nonprofit organizations that we collect tax for. 3 of our fire districts are increasing their fire tax. There are new positions in the budget. We have positions for 3 part-time security people for this building. The sheriff had requested to add a new patrol officer to each of his 4 shifts, and this budget accommodates that request. The farmers market position, which has been for years part-time, will become full-time. And as part of our new communications department, led by Jonathan Edwards, we are requesting a support person for him, a communications specialist. And that is all the new positions. I do want to thank the commissioners for the generosity that y'all have shown to our employees over the last 36 months. Raises of 5%, 5%, 3%, and then this year in the proposed ordinance, another 3%. Compounded, that's 16.96% increase, rounded to 17%. That this board has provided our employees, and I can tell you, 90% of them very much appreciate the raises that y'all have provided and are planning to do here. We do support a pay study and fund one in this budget. As I had told the sheriff several times and told him again today, that process will begin immediately. It will be up to the commissioners when to implement it. Once the data is provided to the board, we hope that we can get something going in the next couple months and have a finalized pay study by an outside, independent human resources company. But again, whether that is implemented by this board January 1 or next July will be a decision of this board. We did have capital requests this year of $4.7 million, and we cut it to $1.7 million in the recommended budget. While that sounds like a lot of cuts, I do believe we had quite a few requests this year that could be deferred, and on our CIP, we have deferred most every one of them for 1 or 2 years. And that 1.7 million actually is a doubling from the current year capital budget of $811,000. So the commissioners are doubling the amount of current expense. I will say that 26% of the budget will go towards public safety, 25% of the budget will go towards human services, and 25% of the budget will go towards education. As I mentioned last time, 10% of the total budget, which includes about 15 or 16 different agencies in county government, will account for 10% of the total budget. The commissioners over the last couple years and into next year will be funding the Red Oak Elementary debt service. We'll continue to fund the Rocky Mount High School debt service. And I feel there's been a lot of discussion lately about whether or not we're spending enough money on the Edgecombe side of our school district. And I just want to remind people that the Rocky Mount High School, although Edgecombe students represent only 11% of our total student population, they do represent each year 35 to 40% of the students at Rocky Mount High School that this board has been paying that debt service on. So there is equity, and I think that is a fact that is not always understood. Y'all have also, as we saw a presentation today, supported the senior center and built a new senior center. And again, $25 million going to education, the high school, the school system, and the community college. Commissioners are paying for new courthouse debt. The new courthouse that was built a few years ago, that debt is continuing. You are doing planning and will be adding I'd like to say $10 million addition to the jail. Unfortunately, that might rise a little bit because of the cost of construction, but this board has been working as quick as possible to get that process going. It does look like that addition probably won't be available until 2023, but we are doing the planning. We are getting billed monthly by the architect, and we are spending money towards current renovations at the jail. I think over $2 million this board has spent on the existing jail over the last couple years. Economic development, you've made a commitment towards economic development, and this budget reflects that. We're very hopeful of some announcements in the next few months or so. Things are moving, and we do think we're going to have some new businesses here in the county. As we've discussed and the chairman highlights monthly, housing starts are increasing like we haven't seen in a long, long time here. Our tax base is increasing, even though we presented it as $7.98 billion. That does not include everything that we believe in the end, and we believe we are going over $8 billion by the end of the next fiscal year. Will be our actual tax base. Right now, everything's based on estimates and assumptions. This county is growing. It's growing more to the south and to Red Oak and Middlesex. That brings about some growing pains, and I think this board has worked hard to accommodate development while at the same time making sure it's done in a proper fashion. Finally, I want to say that one other comment about the PACE study. It was suggested that when we looked at it, we looked at one county in the west, in Edgecombe and Halifax. It's not exactly correct. We looked at all the counties surrounding this county, including Johnston, Franklin, Wilson, and then out west we looked at Cabarrus, Burke, and Rockingham, and those counties in the west were all $7 billion or more tax base with 80 to 100,000 people, just like this county. So we tried to do apples and apples, and I just want to thank Annison, because he always, when a commissioner requests this kind of information, he is very quick in providing it. And so as part of the PACE study, we will bring in an independent person who will use proven methodology, not selective methodology, but proven methodology to do his analysis. There's a comment, even though it wasn't in public hearing, that I do want to address, that the training and travel budget was cut in half. All county departments had their travel and training budgets cut in half. We had an $11 million hole. We looked for ways to cut spending. One of those was with the COVID era and the higher use of Zoom and Teams and WebEx and other online methods of travel and of training, we cut those. But for instance, the sheriff's budget is $7 million. So if he runs out of that line item, he is free to take money from other line items in order to supplement that line item. So his budget has not been cut. In fact, his budget is increasing this year by more than 10%. So with that, I will answer any questions, and I do want to say how much I appreciate our EMTs, our detention officers, our deputies, our DSS workers, our health department workers, our emergency management. It's been a tough year, and as we go forward and unless there's another surge, I think we're all very confident that better days are ahead when we consider the effects of COVID and having to be shut down for so long. I'm proud to say this county never shut its doors. And continue to serve the public in every way it could. And finally, I want to, as we do come forward and do the RFP on the pay study, I want to make something very clear, and that is that DSS, our environmental specialists, police, building inspectors, EMTs, detention officers, many counties, every county that I've ever been associated with, have people that leave for higher pay and come for higher pay. And, you know, we'll train somebody to be a soil scientist, and then another county will offer them $10,000 more, and we lose them. That is not unusual. That is not particular to any one department. It's the nature of county government. And so I just want to say that with the raises y'all have given the last few years, the equivalent of 17%, I'm very confident that this pay study will show that our county is not particularly behind, if at all, in some departments. And I just really believe that commitment that y'all have made for the last 36 months is so appreciated by the county employees, the majority of county employees, and I don't know of any other county in North Carolina that's given those kinds of raises in the last 36 months. So I thank you, employees thank you, and if there's any questions, I will answer your questions.
Environment, probably, in my opinion, probably would take precedence over big salary increases. I think we have here, as long as I've been on this board, a good working environment for the staff. And I haven't seen a whole lot of them, I haven't noticed rather, a whole lot of people leaving for more money. Not unless they're, especially if they're pretty much settled down. Some employees basically look for, I'm going where I can get the highest amount of salary increase, or
Right.
I'm just a mobile type person, not seller, but most seller people. And I've noticed this even when I was working for the county. You didn't have a lot of people jumping ship, going to another county, because most of them were local people, somewhere within the vicinity of Nash County, and they just stayed on the job. And I just think we have a good working atmosphere here. One question I wanted to ask you, when you mentioned about, what, 30 or 40% of students on the Edgecombe County side at Rocky Mount High School.
It changed every year, but it's between 35 and 40% of the students in the 9th through 12th grade at Rocky Mount High School live on the Edgecombe side. So even though they're only 11% of the overall school system,
Yeah, but I was.
that building that y'all built and that debt service that you're paying on that building is accruing to Edgecombe County residents at a high rate. And that sometimes, even though it's not physically located in Edgecombe County, it does serve Edgecombe County.
Yeah, but the reason I was asking it because I remember they had some of those students that were going to high school, especially out of the Planters Oil Mill section at Nash Central High. And so I was wondering about, that's what, when you mentioned it, I wondered, would it be that high at Rocky Mount High School? Because not unless they have changed the school zoning, and I'm not aware of it being changed, but they had the Planters Oil Mill section on Edgecombe County side.
Going to Central.
For those high school students to attend that Central.
Yeah. The number I got originally about 2 years ago was 37% of the students at Rocky Mount High were Edgecombe County students. And I believe that's pretty consistent, plus or minus a few percent year to year based on, the new 9th grade class and the graduating 12th grade class. So it's, yeah, go ahead.
One other question. I know we didn't decrease or increase the Boys and Girls Club. Did they request more than what they got the past two budgets? I know it's been consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just wondering if they requested more.
I think next year will be the final year of the payback, right?
That's correct. And they did request more, but since there was the payback, that was part of the recommended as the county manager.
So they requested more.
But they
got the same amount
in the payback.
Minus the payback, right?
Okay.
Yeah, y'all provided them, I believe, $25,000 or $50,000 2 or 3, 4 years ago, and we delayed it a year to pay back at their request, and then last year and this coming year, they will be paying that back, and they were supposed to be reimbursed that money later. It was really money that they were going to get later, but they hadn't received it yet, so we provided them that money, and so eventually they were to get that money from another source.
Any other questions, Mr. Lamb?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Aaron.
Thank you for the presentation. Again, I want to iterate that, about the fire district assessment. Basically, yes, we have kept that 67-cent tax rate base for the city of Rocky Mount. But for the rest of the county, we've had a varying tax rate increase, and the citizens in the county are not paying the same tax rate. I would hope that your administration, that we can work on finding an equitable solution to bring that, the county, all the citizens paying the same tax rate.
Well, let me say, part of the problem with the fire districts, number one, they are independent nonprofits. Number two, some of them have a tax base within their fire district, 10, 15, 20 times higher, maybe even more, than other fire districts. So you could have the same maximum 15-cent tax rate for all fire districts, and the low tax value fire districts would still lag in revenues to provide the necessary equipment. But I will say this, I have been told that there's a lot of sharing, there's a lot of cooperation between fire districts. I think I said last time that rarely do you have a one alarm fire. When you have a rural fire call, you usually have more than just one fire department, regardless of what district it is. So there is a lot of cooperation between most of the fire districts.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
The only thing that I want to see is all the county citizens pay the same property tax rate, regardless of how we accommodate the fire district. We got to accommodate them because we want our citizens to be protected.
Right.
But hopefully we can find a way where, wherever you live in the county, that when you come before us, we'll say they pay the very same tax rate.
Yeah, I understand.
I hope that, we'll work on that.
Understood.
All right.
Mr. Outlaw.
Just a couple of questions. ARP funding, have we got any resolution to that yet?
We are still, in fact, we've had several seminars, Zoom seminars. We didn't have to go to Raleigh. And I know we had one last week that both the finance director and the assistant county manager were able to listen on and get some guidance. We have gotten the final interim rules. And again, I would say our priorities are internet, water, and we would like to fund a position out of that money to administer that money. We've talked about putting that under the grants department. And so there's still, we've actually made application for the money. The first half of the money, we have filled out, Donna has, the finance officer has submitted all the paperwork to get the first $9 million. And so what I have proposed is in early July, or not too early in July, I know everybody wants a week or two off, but sometime in July, to actually have a meeting, a work session, and come up with a plan. It's a 4-year spending. You get half the money this year, you get half the money next year, but you have 4 years to spend that money. So if we are able to fund a position to help administer it, that would be a position we could fund with that money for 4 years, and by then, hopefully we could absorb
We're
it.
thinking in July or so, we'll have some type of meeting to...
I would like to have, towards the end of July, or sometime early August, a meeting so we can...
Whatever that timing is, I just want to know what the status
So
is.
y'all as a board can set priorities.
When we met with the Nash County Public Schools, we talked a little bit about teacher supplements, shared teacher supplements. Have we received any feedback from them on that question?
We have not received, that I'm aware of any information that we discussed regarding the breakdown of that 600,000 per 1%, how much of it was classroom teachers, how much of it were administrators. We have not received anything as of yet.
I kind of got the impression that our board would be receptive to something like that. So the ball's in their court to respond to us regarding that particular subject.
Well, we did indicate, I believe the chairman did, that we would be moving forward after the state passes their budget, so they'll know where their position.
Hinging on, because I've heard a couple of things from the superintendent along that line, and they were really just waiting till they get their state budget, hopefully if it's not too much longer, because that's kind of what we see.
When would our next meeting be with those folks? November, October, something
It would
like
be
that?
in late October normally, but of course, we could have one at any time.
So that's something that would be on the agenda?
Certainly so. If the state budget is approved, well, it could be anyway, because
Well,
we
the
can't
state
wait
budget, state budget hadn't been approved in
From
a
last
number of
year.
years,
I
so I'm
understand
not
that.
counting on the state budget being
Got it.
approved.
Yep.
So, you know,
Totally
whatever it is, it's going to be whatever it is. I don't see those two parties getting together approving a budget. They might, I hope they do, but
Well, the big unknown factor is, Mr. Outlaw, is the amount of money we'd have to do, because until we know what the teacher's pay raise
Right.
is, it'd be hard to calculate that.
last thing I want to ask you, when we, an employee leaves employment with the county, do we do exit surveys
Yes,
across the board?
if they're willing to.
Okay, if there will, does that include all departments, including the sheriff's department?
We do not.
Does the
do
sheriff's
the sheriff-
department do exit surveys? I guess I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out, I think it would be beneficial to this board to have some feeling for how many people are we losing from all of our departments, and why are they leaving?
Yeah.
I mean, we did that at Abbott, and again, they had to want to participate in that or
Right.
choose to participate in that. But, you know, you always hear money, but back to Fred's point, a lot of times it's more than money, it's the working environment that you're in. So I don't know why people leave. I don't know how many leave, but I think I'd like to know if we could get that information.
Yeah, we are
If we can't
not.
get an exit survey, maybe we can get a listing of the number of people that have left in the last year or so.
I think.
Do it the same across the board.
What we have from the sheriff's office and our personnel department is basic information. As far as evaluations, as far as exit interviews, I don't believe we have those in our files here. He's got files for all the.
He does, like the larger departments do them internally, DSS and health, but Anderson does the rest of them.
But how about, he's asking about sheriff's department.
Well, I'm asking across the board, but I
Yeah.
say.
Yeah,
just
across the
can't-
board,
just
we
popped
do
into
it.
my head because, you know, the comments that were made today, because I guess what's implied is that we've got people from law enforcement in Nash County that are leaving Nash County to go to the city of Rocky Mount. And I just wonder if that's the case. Are they going to Rocky Mount? Are they going to the city of Wilson? Are they going to Wilson County? Where are they going, and how many of them are going? Okay, that's just a
We don't,
question.
we're not privy, or nor do we have any exit interviews shared with us that deal with the sheriff's office.
Somebody has that information.
He would have that information if they do
Thanks, sir.
exit interviews.
Okay. If they don't, I think it'd probably be a good idea.
I'd like to agree with, I agree with what Mr. Outlaw said. That would be helpful information if we got that annual review of why people are staying or why people are leaving. And we can ask the sheriff if he would, that we're going to do that come next year as far as when we work on the budget, that we could have that information so we could well evaluate how well we are doing with employees.
Yeah, it's a good tool. It's a great tool to see if it's pay or if it's work environment, if it's whatever it is.
Yeah.
you learn a lot
Supervisor.
with exit interviews. And you learn a lot when people refuse to do it, too. It's because they don't want to, they really don't want to spill their feelings sometimes.
Other questions, comments on the budget itself, Fire Commissioner? Mr. Lamb, I just had really three quick points. Number one, the AR, American Recovery Act funding. I really hope when I hear you say the large gap between what was asked capital improvements and what we actually approved, if we could really keep that list, do as much as we can with that, because that's the proper use of those fundings, and if we can clean up
Right.
that $3 million gap with ARP money,
Sure.
that would be wonderful. I
Sure.
listened, and I had this thought even before this morning about Mr. Arrington's comments about the volunteer fire department, and if you really think about it, I agree with what you said, that you, I mean, I'd like to sit down and talk to Mr. Arrington and you, maybe the finance director, sometime and discuss this, and anybody else that want to participate, but there is a large gap between, I'm going to use the example of my district and Mr. Arrington's district, in what the fire department receives per penny for each penny on the tax and what the revenue is. I mean, we can't change that. I mean, hopefully it will get better over time. But on the other hand, in his case, those fire departments got a very, very large area to cover. I do know we do shared calls, and they join up to do a wonderful job of all of that. But in the two seminars that I've watched on the American Recovery Act, then we got a real good sheet last week from the Association of questions and answers that I spent a lot of time studying the weekend. And short and long of, you got a lot of latitude with this money. I mean, you can. And maybe we could look at those smaller fire departments, see what those needs are. And I did see where I thought, in my interpretation, it's a little bit too loose sometimes for you and Vince both, but I do think there might be a possibility there to help those underserved 5 fire departments that got severe equipment needs. I think that might be a case where we could do some catching up, because we can't totally fix the problem that you're asking about, but we may could help it with this one-time funding thing, potentially, without getting too much feedback. It's a very vocal group. I would tell you that, Mr. Arrington, these fire departments are, and once we go to messing with them much, we hear a whole lot about it. But that might be a way we could look at and possibly help close the gap a little bit, particularly as it relates to equipment needs.
The only way to approach, to realize what he wants in Nash County under our fire department setup would be to have a unified fire department with stations all over the county in those 18 districts with a uniform tax. And I don't think that's...
I'm not even hearing what you're saying.
And I'm getting ready to say, they're all nonprofit, independent boards, and I don't think you're going to get that kind of level of cohesion or cooperation. That's not a good word. You're not going to be able to do that. There's a lot of pride in those fire departments.
A lot of history.
And so I'm not sure how much revenue equalization would even be possible. There will be in the future, though, a need, and I've said this before, to combine certain fire departments. As you don't have enough people on your roster, as you have these equipment needs that overlap, there may be in the future a consolidation of some fire departments. I think that's going to be a natural process, but I don't think you're going to have a unified fire district in Nash County that would totally equalize to the extent that you're suggesting.
I see that occur sometimes. Excuse me, you go ahead.
I'm not requesting or asking that you change the independence of the fire districts. I'm asking that you change the property tax rate of all the citizens that live in those districts to equal the same. Now, how we do that, whether it's how we fund and still keep an independent fire district, but it's important to me that each citizen pay the same property tax rate because we are assessing their property. And that's inequity as far as, you got what's already been established. You got a district that's well off, whatever they paying the lowest rate. And then you got a district on the other side that don't have all the things they paying the highest rate. So in order to be, when you make those little small increases, even though they are 2 cents, whatever, you're increasing the property tax rate of those citizens. So what I just want to see each citizen in the county to pay the same tax rate. And we got to figure out how to
Mr. Arrington, if we were to do that, you're going to have some fire departments got way too much money. You'll have some fire departments that will have way too much money. More money than they need.
No, it's you're going to have to be able to do it and you're going to have to figure out what their funding is and the amount it is in each one of them, and then come back and figure out what will be the tax rate to do it all.
Yeah, the fire districts were originally formed based on area and communities of interest, not necessarily the wealth of any one district. I would say our fire districts are akin to the difference between Nash and Edgecombe County. We have an $8 billion tax base with a 67-cent tax. They have a I forget what the latest is, $1 billion tax base with a tax rate in the 90s. 97. It's the same thing with our fire districts. We have some fire districts that can provide the same service for less money because they have a high tax value in that fire district than other fire districts that have a very small tax base, are taxing at 14 cents, 15 cents, and they don't get a third of the money that another tax fire district that might have a 7-cent tax rate is collecting.
Let's move this on,
Okay.
if we could, and have a work session on this one subject. Mr. Lamb,
Sir, you explain the fairness of that then to the taxpayers that are paying.
Well, it ain't fair. There's no question it's not fair.
That's why we got to correct it.
Could I make a recommendation?
Sure.
Just,
Yes, sir.
just maybe a dumb recommendation, but we're talking about the fire association.
Right.
The chiefs association.
Yeah.
Why don't we let Mr. Arrington meet with representatives from the fire association, the fire chiefs, and pitch the idea that he's got and get their feedback on that particular idea?
And I'd be glad to go with them.
Sure.
Honestly, I think more Mr. Arrington than to do that.
Well, I can tell you that I'm being facetious.
I know you were. I
Because
hope you
it's
were.
not going to go well at all.
It ain't
We'll
good.
try
I'd like
again.
to add another recommendation in addition to what Commissioner Outlaw said. I think all these fire districts know the tax value in their district. That's how they come up with their recommendation as to if they want, they already know that.
Yes.
The thing that I would recommend, and you pretty much said it a few minutes ago, is that we look at the resources that each one needs, especially those that are very rural, doesn't have that much of a tax base, how we can assist them to get the resources, basically the equipment that they need. That's what we need to
That's the
look at.
best recommendation's been made on this subject.
Yeah, well, we've got an opportunity.
And that's a
right?
one-time thing with a hopefully
Right, it's a one-time
non-recurring.
thing where we could potentially do that.
Yeah.
But we spent a lot of time on it, and we're on item 15, and we got 30 to complete here, so.
You had
I
one more?
call for a question on the motion at hand.
You have one more question?
No, sir.
Okay.
My two questions were to dwell again on capital improvements, to accomplish as much as we could, knowing water and rural internet is going to be the highlight of it, but to clean up as much as we can with the one-time money we got. And I'd really like to look at the fire situation. I just see a point we could look there, and I'd invite the commissioners to, I'm sure we all got that list from the association last week. There's a long 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pages of infrastructure, because I've gotten a few calls from the smaller towns, particularly at my two, asking to help decipher some of it and give them a little bit of advice on what they could and couldn't do. I'm very gentle in what I'm saying, but I don't mind talking to them about it, but they're all trying to figure out how to spend the money. But any more questions on the budget itself or comments? Thank you, Mr. Lane.
If not, I'd ask that you call a public hearing.
Getting ready to do that, sir. No more questions. I'd entertain a motion to go into a public hearing on the fiscal year 21-22 budget.
Moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, in the audience, and hopefully some looking online, we are in a public hearing for the very important fiscal year budget coming up. And at this time, if anyone here that wishes to speak, we'd like to hear from you. If you state your name and address. Seeing no one move, if there's someone in the public that has any more questions about it that's seeing us online, we'd invite you to call the manager's office or the finance director's office or your commissioner, and they'd be trying to answer any questions you have. But with that said, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing, and I really do wish, as a commissioner, we would have more input from the public, but apparently the staff and the manager and finance directors have done a great job of putting the budget together. And without any citizens' questions about it, I did go to a public hearing on one last week that wasn't anything like this one, quite frankly, in a local municipality. But with that said, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So
We
moved.
close the public hearing.
I think I got Ms. Leggett first as a motion, and Mr. Bellfield second. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. And I do think at this point, it would be in order, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lamb, to entertain a motion to adopt the budget as presented by the staff.
We would request that, yes.
Okay. I'd entertain a motion to adopt the budget, and I don't think there's been any changes to your book that you had earlier, and certainly keep in mind that any amendments that need to be made during the year, we do them all the time at every meeting. But I'd entertain a motion to approve the 2022 budget for Nash County.
And ordinance.
And ordinance, yes, sir. I have a motion by Mr. Bellfield. Second. And second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that? And before we do that, the commissioners greatly appreciate all the work put into it by the staff. I think it was very well presented this year. I didn't particularly like how you did it, but it worked very well, quite frankly. It seemed to put a little bit more pressure on the commissioners, but maybe it's worked out a little better the way you did do it. I have no complaints whatsoever. So thank you. Have a motion and a second. All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries, and I'm sure Ms. Wells was able to attend. She would indeed vote for it as well, just on the comments I've heard from her.
Job well done.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And that's probably why there was nobody here for the public hearing on it.
Had quite a bit to do with it. Yes, sir. We're completed 15 items. The request was made by the board to have about a 20-25 minute lunch break at this time. We will go into recess, and we'll come back with item number 16, which is transferring some property to the town of Red Oak. Thank you. Madam I'll call us back to order at this time, and we're now on item number 16, which is a transfer of property to the town of Red Oak, and we call on Facility Director and County Engineer, Mr. Jonathan Boone, to make this request.
Thank you, sir. As you will recall, the town of Red Oak had reached out to Nash County about the former landfill property, which is immediately adjacent to and east of Ennis Park in Red Oak. It's about a 35-acre tract. And based on the county's willingness to entertain that request, the county attorney drafted an interlocal agreement, which I think you have a copy of, and also a special warranty deed regarding that transfer of property. We had shared that information with the town of Red Oak late last month. I was contacted by the town clerk, Ms. Tracy Sharon, early last week, indicated that the town had reviewed those two instruments, were comfortable with moving forward, and requested that the county proceed with reviewing and approving those two agreements, and in turn, they would share those with their board so we could move this process along. So if there's any questions about those two instruments, I'll be glad to entertain those or defer those to the county attorney. But I think they're relatively straightforward. The main issue there was making sure that the town understood if they decided to move forward with the development of that property before the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality were to step in and develop and implement a remedial action plan, that the town would do so at their own expense and to a certain degree at their own risk. So that was the main concern that was addressed in the interlocal agreement, which you should have in front of you. Any other questions, be glad to entertain those.
Yes, I have one. Landfill, even though it's been closed all these number of years, is that a suitable site to expand the park?
I guess the best answer I could give to you is, it's my understanding that the town is looking to develop additional passive uses, so walking trails, things of that nature, maybe some additional parking. And I think you could probably find numerous examples across the state, or really across the nation, where decommissioned landfills have been used for those types of purposes. Golf courses, not that the town, I think, is entertaining a golf course, but certainly I'm aware of other projects within the state of North Carolina where decommissioned landfills have been developed for open space, for recreational uses. But again, it's my understanding at this point that the town is interested in developing, expanding their walking trail and providing some overflow parking. If you've ever been out to the park on the weekends when they're hosting a tournament or at other times, certainly now they've expanded the park, added some additional amenities. You can see that there are times that there is more demand for parking than there are parking spaces. So I think that's the town's near-term goal. What the future holds for the full 35 acres, I can't be certain. That is something that's an issue that the town will need to wrestle with. But at this point, the matter we have before us is just merely the transfer of the property from the county to the town.
Wouldn't we be required as a county before we sell it or deed it to town of Red Oak to check for environmental contamination in that soil?
Well, again, the interlocal agreement spoke specifically to that issue. Are we required to conduct any kind of environmental assessment? No, sir, we are not. But certainly the town is aware of the issues with that site. They know it was a former landfill and understand that before they would proceed with any plans to develop that park portion of the property as an expansion of the park, that some of that legwork would need to be done. But in terms of just transfer the property from the county to the town, I'm not aware of any legal requirements upon the county to conduct any kind of assessment above and beyond the documents that already exist associated with that property that you can find online at the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality regarding their assessment of that property in terms of evaluating the risk that that property poses to properties adjacent to the landfill. Again, that was pre-regulatory landfill decommissioned in the mid to late 1970s. So again, we are aware there are issues there. The state continues to conduct, currently looking at some groundwater issues, particularly on the north side of the park. But again, I'm not aware of any legal requirement for us to do anything above and beyond what has already been done in terms of evaluating the property.
Other questions or comments?
I tell you, I just think it ought to be tested, see if there any contamination that could generally be harmful.
The only thing I would say is,
I
again, this
know
is part of the
property-
state's
I know
program.
property that was purchased for parking, and there was a requirement that they test that soil, and they found contamination in that soil, had to be moved before they could put that parking lot there.
There's clearly contamination. It was a pre-regulatory landfill. We know there's contamination. There's documents pointing to that very issue. There's documentation of the nature of material that has been disposed of on that property that has been conveyed to the town, and they have indicated a willingness to accept the property from the county, knowing that that is an issue. And with that said, they also understand that they could either wait for the state to complete that evaluation and to abate any known issues on the property, or they can move forward on their own timetable and accept the economic implications or accept the responsibility for funding that remediation if they want to move quicker than the state does. But we know there are environmental issues. It was a pre-regulatory landfill.
So they're going to be checking with the state in connection with testing to see if there is contamination.
We know there is contamination.
Yeah, the pre-regulatories didn't have liners or leachate systems, so it just, they dig a hole and it'd go in the ground. So just about all the old landfills have some contamination.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to personally own an
Yeah,
old
and I hate to see the county get into something like that and later on you find.
Mr. Gladwell, I can assure you, Red Oak, that they've been trying to get this for 2 years now at least. How long you been here, Mr. Boone?
I think the first document I saw was dated January of '21, first written document, but I think conversations date back years.
Well, I've been hearing about it for about 2 years.
When we deal with them, though, it becomes their problem. We ain't got nothing else to do with it.
Well,
not totally.
I don't totally agree with that, Commissioner Cone. We the one deeding it to them. Then we should have known before we did something like that in case if something come up. We still could be liable.
We do know that. And what Mr. Boone is saying in layman's terms is that that whole situation has been made very aware to Red Oak. The state knows we're doing it. It is on a fund and monitored by the state as it has been with monitoring wells for many years. They know at some point when the funding is available, the state would clean it up. But it's on that Superfund list that's always more to do than more money available. So what Red Oak has chose to do is take the land now and probably wait some period of time to see if the state will clean it up. And if they get anxious, then they can determine what the cost is and clean it up ahead of the state if they want to. It's what they're telling me they're going to do. Is that what they?
Another important point to make.
Yep.
At least in the documentation that I have reviewed. Again, this is a 35-acre tract. I believe there's about 23 acres that house the former landfill. So there is some acreage that potentially could be developed that does not encroach into the area where the material was disposed. So again, we entirely up to Red Oak how they want to proceed. It may be that they decide to develop portions of the property that are not currently the home of materials that were disposed of in a pit that was dug in the 1970s as a part of phase one, and then wait for some phase remediation of the property and further development. Again, that will be entirely up to the town, but that is the crux of the issue that the county attorney has attempted to address in the draft of the interlocal agreement that you have in front of you today.
All right, there's a program I know by serving on the Upper Coast Plain Council Government Board, where you can name, I'm not sure how many, I think it's 5 for Nash County, each year for cleaning
Brownfield?
up the
Brownfield
contamination.
development?
Right. That's what he's
Right.
talking
And
about.
That would
so,
generally be for economic development. And again, this property
Well-
is already part of the state's pre-regulatory landfill list. It's a known issue. It's part of the state's program through the Department of Environmental Quality. So that.
so we don't have to designate it now for that.
We do not.
It's a known issue that landfills have contamination.
It's on the list. The
That
state
is
has
correct.
its on the list.
And typically brownfields are industrial properties, properties targeted for redevelopment. This would, even if it was not on the state's list for remediation based on, some prioritized evaluation, it would, unless it was a site we were targeting for some type of industrial development, it would not qualify for the brownfields program.
Well, it's going to be redeveloped.
Not for
We're
industrial purposes,
proposing
not for
that-
economic
Aren't they
development.
proposing, I know, not for economic, but you're proposing use of it.
It would not qualify for brownfields redevelopment.
All right, any other questions on this item? If not, I'd call for a motion to approve or deny the request, and it's in my district, and if the board doesn't mind, I'm going to make a motion for approval.
Second.
Got a second? Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a light sign?
No, I'm not comfortable with that. It could come back to harm us later on.
Well, I fully understand that, Mr. Bellfield.
And that's not against Red Oak.
Right.
This is an exchange of property between the county and the municipality.
Correct.
And I'm just not
At
comfortable.
their request.
Without being assured that somehow before it's used for anything else, that it's checked for contamination.
All right, that motion carries on a 5-1 vote. We'll move to item number 17. And I would call on Donna Wood, the Finance Director, implementation of Government Accounting Standard Board, required budgetary changes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What I have before you is a change in Governmental Accounting Standards Board reporting requirement, and just, I haven't done this before, so I wanted to give you a little bit of background. The Government Accounting Standards Board is a private non-governmental organization that creates accounting reporting standards for state and local governments. The GASB is responsible for the general accepted accounting principles that Nash County is required to follow. The GASB has recently issued 2 new statements, GASB 84 for fiduciary activities and GASB 97 certain component unit criteria, and accounting financial reporting for IRC Section 457 deferred compensation plans. For local governments with a June 30th year end, these statements and the related reporting requirements are required to be implemented during the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021. The implementation of GASB 84 and the related changes in GASB 97 require changes in the fiduciary reporting for North Carolina local governments. Depending on the specific fiduciary activities of each entity, governments may need to reclassify some activities currently reported as fiduciary to governmental funds, which require change in budgeting practices during the current fiscal year. Other fiduciary activities may need to be reclassified to different fiduciary fund types. Agency funds are no longer used with the implementation of GASB 84, so agency funds reported will be another fund type. Nash County has 5 existing agency funds that will require change in budgeting practices or a reclassification to a different fiduciary type. The existing agency funds that we currently have, we have a social services trust fund, which is now required to be renamed a representative payee fund. We have a jail inmate fund. We have fines and forfeitures, property tax collection, and rental vehicle collection. Under GASB 84, the revenues associated with representative payee funds, as I stated, it was a previously social services trust fund, and fines and forfeiture funds meet the definition of governmental mandated non-exchange transactions per GASB 33 and are therefore not fiduciary in nature. With the implementation of GASB 84, these activities should be reported in a special revenue fund that need to be budgeted prior to June 30th, 2021. The new special revenue fund budgets are presented for approval. So the recommendation that I have before you is to approve the following fiscal year 2021 changes in fund types and required budgets for implementation for GASB 84 and GASB 97. So the following special revenue funds and appropriations are presented for the board's consideration for the current fiscal year. And it's to set up a special revenue fund for representative payee and for fines and forfeitures. And the reason it's a special revenue fund is because the funds come from an outside source other than from Nash County. So it's another source into these fund types that we will pay out on behalf of another beneficiary. And also, the funds, municipal tax collection and jail inmate funds will be reclassified from agency fund to a custodial fund. I'm finished.
Okay. I'm just curious, are you required to report that to us?
I am. I just needed to make you aware. Actually, part of it, I wanted to give you a background on what I'm doing. Currently, we didn't have to budget for the agency funds.
Right.
But I actually have to set in place a budget that we can pay out the representative payee funds and the fines and forfeiture funds. And so I have to put that in before you to present, to be approved for a budget. Now, they're currently included in our fiscal '22 budget, but for it to be effective for this current year, I needed to put these in front of you as well.
Okay, understand. Other questions, Ms. Wood, on this item? Entertain a motion for approval. Moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ma'am, your item number 18 as well, Central Nash Capital Project closeout.
Okay. The Central Nash Water and Sewer District Project Ordinance is amended for USDA general obligation debt refunding and presented for project closeout. A transfer in from the Water Sewer Operating Fund of $11,911,024 from funds received for the refunded bond from Local First Bank for the refunding of the USDA general obligation bonds is made to pay off the outstanding USDA bonds. The new refunded debt service for Central Nash will be paid from the Central Nash Water Sewer Operating Fund, our enterprise fund. And so this is presented for an amendment and also a closeout.
Okay, any questions? Entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Item 19 is a Middlesex project closeout ordinance
Okay.
for the first part of Middlesex.
Okay, the Middlesex Corporate Park Project Ordinance for the roadway project, park water project, and the park improvements project were included in 2018. These projects were completed as required. However, this closeout project ordinance is to provide the documentation for formal closing of the projects for reporting in the finance accounting system. Remaining funds of $55,165 from these projects are proposed to be transferred to the Middlesex Corporate Park Tank and Water Loop project.
Okay. Any questions?
Does this have any relationship to the Shell building?
No, sir.
All right.
That's coming up next. Any other questions? Entertain a motion for approval.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Combs, a second. Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carried as well. Item number 20 is the Middlesex Shell Building closeout.
Okay. This project was completed as required. However, this closeout project ordinance is to provide documentation for the formal closing of the project for reporting in the finance accounting system.
Questions? Entertain a motion for approval.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Commissioner Combs, Commissioner Belfield, questions on that motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 21 is Northern Nash Water System Capital Project Amendment.
Okay. The attached amendment is to adjust the project to accommodate for the final purchase of Aqua and for the additional purchase of meters for the project area. So for the additional purchase of the meters, we have incoming revenue to offset the purchase price of those.
And Aqua,
And Aqua is $200,044, and the additional meters that we're looking, the cost is $81,000.
all that money, both items come from operating capital?
Within the project, yes.
Within the project?
Within the project.
Got to, I guess. All right, any questions? So the capital thing, Mr. Boone, the Aqua thing is all put to bed, and we are buying that system? This week, great, okay. All right, any questions? Entertain a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Bellfield. Questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? One part of that's been a long time coming. Item number 21 is Northern Nash Water System, and that was what we just did. Let's go to item number 22, LCID Capital Projects Ordinance Amendment. Ms. Wood?
The attached amendment is updating the project ordinance to reflect a change order with Sawyer's Land Developing Incorporated of $5,321.46 for the LCID landfill construction project due to the increase in excavated and backfill soil quantity and an increase in turf reinforcement matting. These
Question?
funds are being moved from contingency.
Questions? Entertain a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Arrington. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. 23 is budget amendments. Ms.
Okay.
Wood?
The following budget amendments are presented for the board's consideration for the current fiscal year. The first item is with insurance proceeds for the Sheriff's Office. This budget amendment is to budget insurance proceeds received for 2 Sheriff's Office vehicles identified as totaled. These funds will be used to purchase and outfit a replacement vehicle. It's $34,190. The next item is with Department of Social Services. This budget amendment is to budget 100% federal funds for heating and cooling expenses for qualified citizens. It's $85,002. No county funds are required. The next item is with Federal Asset Forfeiture Fund. This amendment is to budget funds for 2 surplus vehicles, taxes, tags, and radio kits to outfit the vehicles, $30,000. No county funds are required. And the final budget amendment for this meeting is to budget the Series 2021 budget refunding proceeds and insurance issuance costs, as well as the transfer of funds to Central Nash Capital Project to pay off the refunded bonds. It's $11,378,000.
Any questions on those? Entertain a motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Arrington, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions? That's an unusual low number of budget amendments, so we're going to get bombarded at the last meeting in June.
There will be more budget amendments at the last meeting in June. Hopefully not an exorbitant number.
Right.
We hope that at that meeting in 2 weeks, we can anticipate everything.
Right. I know we normally have a lot.
In the past, we've had the last day or two.
Yep.
But hopefully we won't need to have a third.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. Any other questions? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, item number 24 is electing a voting delegate to the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. Stacey, I guess you're going to let us know who is going.
Who is going?
Yes, or Madam Clerk.
Can you let us know who's going?
I've got registered Mr. Bellfield, Mr. Arrington, Mr. Davis, Ms. Wells, Mr. Lamb, and myself.
I've met board members, so okay.
Oh, okay.
That's good. Who we had to elect from? Unless you want to be the delegate.
No, thank you. Yes, she'll be out of town.
Did she say your name?
No.
No, she did not, because I will be out of town.
Do you want me to table this one? Okay, all right. All right, so what you have to have, 4 commissioners planning to go, and we need to elect a voting delegate like we do each year, or what's the pleasure of the board?
Who was the delegate last time?
Honestly, I do not remember unless somebody else remembers.
I believe it was virtual, and I believe it was Mr. Belfield.
Yeah,
Last year.
the last one was, which we canceled the site, and we did it through Zoom.
Right.
And I believe I was the voting delegate.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
was
what
the
you
voting
did.
delegate for that.
Okay.
So move, Mr. Bell, will be the voting delegate.
And we
Well,
have,
I plan to go. I mean, if it's,
We
if the
have another
board,
one.
if the board approve it, I'll accept being the voting delegate.
Can we jump ahead? Who is the NACO delegate last time?
well, who is going?
Fred was the NACO delegate?
I think he's the only
He's the
person
only-
going, if I remember correctly. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He is.
So
Mr.
Fred would have to be the NACO delegate.
He
if he's
should
the
be,
only
because
one
he's
going.
the only commissioner going,
Okay.
yes. He is.
You might want to consider another delegate for the NCACC.
That'd be fine.
I need a motion for
He could
the-
do both.
Well, I'm on item number 24. I need a did you make a motion, Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Okay, for Mr. Belfield, is there a second to that motion? Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carried, Mr. Belfield. And item number 25, just to keep the record straight, I'd entertain a motion to make Mr. Belfield the voting delegate to the NACO meeting, annual meeting as well.
Which one? Maryland.
You need a motion?
I need a motion, yes.
I would make that motion, sir.
Okay, have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Combs, to make Mr. Belfield the NACO Annual Conference voting delegate. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. You'll be a busy man, Mr. Belfield. Number 26 is budget appointments. Lacey, while you're there, go ahead and do those as well.
The first we have is for the UNC Nash Healthcare System Board of Commissioners. I've not received any word on replacements for Dr. Chestnut or Marty Neely at this point in time.
Any update, Mr. Lamb?
All I've heard is that they were interviewing, the committee was interviewing Mr. Johnson, but I haven't heard anything since then.
And I guess we have to wait from them prior to making a nomination by law?
As far as I know, I don't think if they fail to do it within a certain amount of time, we can,
I don't think that's in the statute.
yeah.
Can we put it in the statute at this meeting?
Good.
All right, I guess we'll continue to wait on that.
We can put it in a lease and operating agreement now.
Would you mind contacting them
Lee.
again and ask them about that?
I will.
I was thinking whether to contact Lee or contact the chairman. I guess you should contact Lee. Yes, and I'll call the chairman as well. Ask them about it. Go ahead, man.
The next is for the Consolidated Human Services Board. As you'll recall, we did have a couple of members go off of that board. However, our health director has evaluated the general statute and the current composition of that board, and right now they have determined that there are no additional appointments needed at this time, that the board members that we have satisfy the requirements.
The two that went off, what were the circumstances? Because there hadn't been enough time yet. What was their circumstance?
What do you mean it hadn't been enough time yet?
Well, we reappointed everybody for X number of years when we consolidated them.
Right, those two individuals did not desire to be reappointed.
Okay, I understand that. All right, thank you.
And then again, for the Tourism Development Authority, the TDA, we've got 2 vacancies for collector members.
And I have worked all month, believe it or not, trying to get 2 people to fill those with no success. The problem mainly is they got to be collectors, and the hotels have not staffed back up people that would be good to serve on that board. We've got some that they're hiring and bringing in. I feel like hopefully next month I'll have some people to choose from.
May I make a suggestion?
Please.
With the tiny houses, how about Evan or somebody?
I have asked that question of Capital Broadcasting, and the owners of Capital Broadcasting said they would prefer not to have, they didn't allow their employees to serve on a, trying to think exactly what Michael told me, but they did not wish to do that. Short and long of it, they have some kind of rule where their boards don't serve on boards of that nature that approve funding.
That funding, yeah, funding boards.
Right. That was the answer. I did try that maybe about a year ago. I thought it would be a great person to have on there. But I do have numerous people helping me with trying to locate somebody, but we just need some people to be put back to work so we have somebody to choose from, short and long of it. But we did approve our budget, even though we were 2 members short. But hopefully we'll be able to fill them shortly, because they are getting busy again. Okay?
The next is for the Nash County Board of Adjustment. An appointment is needed for an alternate member number 2, and to serve a 3-year term, and then we need a second appointment to fill the alternate member number 3. And there was, we did have an application for someone to serve and represent Commissioner Cohn's district, District Number 3. You had an application in your packet for Rodney Hugh.
Huff.
Huff?
Huff.
Okay, Huff, I'm sorry.
You want to address that, Mr. Cohen? You want to make that a nomination?
I do want to make that a nomination. He would serve that board well.
Okay. All right, I have a motion from Mr. Combs. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries.
Thank you, and we're still, I think, Mr. Belfield, were you still working on someone for us for the Board of Adjustment?
I don't have anyone at this time for the board. I hope that I can have one for our next regular monthly meeting.
Yes, sir. So the next is for the Turning Point Workforce Development Board. Terms for Corey Nixon, Mark Froman, and Eddie Coates expire for the Turning Point Workforce Development Board on June 30th, 2001. Mr. Froman and Mr. Coates are eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment. Mr. Nixon is no longer employed at the Rocky Mount Engine Cummins plant and will need to be replaced. And the Workforce Development Board is working on a recommendation for a business representative to replace Mr. Nixon for us. But if the board would like, you can reappoint Mr. Froman and Mr. Coates.
Entertain a motion to appoint the 2 that can be reappointed.
Mr. Chairman, I move for reappointment of Mark Froman and Eddie Coates.
Have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Is there any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Arrington, would you have any involvement in getting that other one filled? Know of anybody, a business representative, you said? If you would look into that, so.
Yeah, I'll look
I know your industry is a big funder of that particular item. All right, Nash County Board of Trustees.
Nash County Board of Trustees, the term for Commissioner Wayne Outlaw expires on June 30th, 2021. Mr. Outlaw is eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment.
Entertain a motion for reappointment of Mr. Outlaw.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
And then the next is for the Braswell Memorial Library Board of Trustees. The term for William C., I think it's Roeder,
That's correct.
expires on June 30th, 2021. Mr. Roeder is not eligible for reappointment and resides in Commissioner District Number 6. That's Commissioner Wells's district. In addition, the board received an email, a resignation letter from Mr. Ricky Pitt, who also resides in Commissioner District Number 6, Commissioner Wells's district. And I have not received any information at this point for replacements, but there are 2 vacancies now on the Braswell Memorial Library Board of Trustees.
Bellfield, we kind of owed you one. We took care of that, did we not?
We did.
Okay. I was saying, we had kind of owed you one of those an appointment, but I think we've already fulfilled that obligation.
We took care of that.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, when we put Deborah.
You're right.
Ballard, yeah.
Put Pastor's wife on there, sure did. I knew we thought we had, I just want to make sure while we had some openings. Do you have, we can look, but do you have before you which districts maybe are not represented?
I don't, but I can pull that information together and send that out.
It's a short email of
Yeah.
how it stacks with the commissioner appointees by district. Mr. Lamb?
I was just going to say, we've been very successful despite opposition from Rocky Mount and Edgecombe to incorporating all our outlying libraries into the umbrella of Braswell. And the long-term intent was to make sure somebody from those various areas were on the board. If we could research that and come back at the next meeting and see if we can come up with any names. I know we've got somebody from Middlesex or Bailey 1, but I think that's it. And we sort of informally said we'd have at least 2, or try to have at least 2. So if we could have a little time on that, that would be great.
Okay.
Maybe to Mr. Davis's comment, if you could give us a listing of who's on there by district and give us a little short blurb on the responsibilities to serve on the board and how often they meet and that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
I know we don't have anybody from the Whitaker's library area. And I don't think we have anybody from Spring Hope right now.
Okay, just let us know.
Will do.
Well, look.
Go ahead. Anything else, Mr. Lamb?
No.
All right, Nash County Planning Board.
Planning Board, we have terms expiring for 4 planning board members on June 30th, 2021. Chris Sandifer, Moses Brown are eligible, both of those gentlemen are eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment. And then we have members Jeffrey Tobias and Leonard Breedlove have served their maximum number of terms and are no longer eligible for reappointment.
And that's your chairman and vice chairman, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Entertain a motion, if it pleases the board, to reappoint the 2 that are eligible, Mr. Sanford and Mr. Brown.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? And those are very, very important seats, as we all know. do we gonna get any advice from planning board, or is it totally up to the commissioners? How does that normally work?
It's been totally up to the commissioners, and the planning director has offered the information in the note below that shares that at this point, with those two members going off of the board, we'll now have vacancies in commissioner districts 2, Mr. Belfield, and 7, Chairman Davis.
Probably could, at this point in time, find somebody pretty easily from District 7 to serve possibly. So I'll take advantage of it.
Okay.
Well, is that to me, that seems like it's a pretty critical board to serve on.
Very critical.
And is that something that maybe we should get interest from the commissioners on who might be a candidate for service on that board, and then have some discussion about their qualifications to serve on that board?
I think we should.
It's not, I mean, I'm
And
not
we-
being critical of other boards, but this is an especially,
It is, and we should also let the planning director have a little bit of time to investigate the people a little bit, I think, ahead of time. So I think what I hear you saying is maybe if during the next month, particularly Mr. Belfield, particularly myself, would come up with somebody and get them to the commissioners and get them to add them and.
let him kind of vet them a little bit.
Vet them a little bit. And certainly if any other commissioner has somebody, it doesn't have to be these districts, but you're saying every other district is represented.
True, yes.
I think I can take my emails over the last 6 weeks and find several people that'd be willing to serve, more than likely.
And how do they elect their own chairman and vice chairman?
They elect their chairman and vice chairman just like we do.
Okay.
And I think they have had good discussions on that already,
Okay,
because
good.
this month is both of those last meetings.
So-
I'm thinking the new chairman may well be in your district, from what I'm hearing.
Would the current chairman and vice chairman stay in place until replacements were identified?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
So if we're, well, I don't, maybe I better not say that, because they're planning on electing officers at the June meeting, new officers. Would they continue to serve until replaced, I guess? Does anybody have that answer?
I don't have that answer. Do you know for the planning board?
Generally, that's the rule, but I can't say a specific.
Do you know, Mr. Durham?
I think they would continue to serve on the board. I don't think they would continue to serve as officers.
Right.
I think the board would have the opportunity to elect new officers when those terms expire.
And I think the current.
That's just my best guess, frankly.
Right. I know the chairman is planning on electing new officers, the current chairman, at their next meeting.
Okay.
So I think that's what you'd find, Mr. Outlaw, new officers, but probably those two would continue to serve.
I just guess you need somebody that understands that zoning matters such as that are important.
Absolutely.
So I'll let it go at that.
Okay.
Okay. The next is for the ABC Board. Terms have expired for 2 ABC Board members, Julia Coggleton Bryant and Ernestine Neal. Ms. Bryant is eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment. Ms. Neal is not eligible for reappointment and will need to be replaced. And then that board has also asked Ms. Bryant to be the chair again for another year. So they've asked for this board to approve her reappointment as well as be an appointed chair for another year.
Okay, we'll take Ms. Bryant first, entertain a motion to reappoint Ms. Bryant.
So moved. So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Ayrton, is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Combs.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
did she say that she's eligible, I mean, that she want to be reappointed?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm reading that, but I understand where you're going.
Well, I'll just
But I'm-
leave it at that. If she said.
Right, yeah, it says here that she does.
The information I received
Right, I
said,
understand. I know I haven't seen her out too much lately, but we'll take it at face value, and then if we need to do something down the road, we will. But I have a motion and a second. Any questions on that motion?
Do you want to include her reappointment as chairman in that motion?
I
Do
would
it all in
include it.
one?
I was going to do it at two different motions, just to keep it correct, because that's a once-a-year thing. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to also give the board their request to reappoint her as chairperson.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ayrton. Any questions? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well.
Okay, so the last one is for the Nash County Jury Commission, and the term for R.L. Bass Jr. For the Jury Commission expires June 30th, 2021, and I'm currently in contact with Linda Thorne. She's awaiting final word from the Administrative Office of the Courts to finalize that appointment, so I may need to bring that one back to you in your second June meeting this month on June the 24th.
Does that mean Mr. Bass is not eligible, or he may be eligible? Is that what's been checked on?
He is eligible. He's only served one term. I'm not sure exactly what direction Mrs. Thorne is waiting for, but that was the instruction I was given.
Understand.
How many-
Instructions are...
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
How many, do you know how many members make up that jury commission?
I believe it's 3.
Three?
That's correct.
One is minorities represented.
I don't know that I know the answer to that.
I can look into that and see if we can't get that information for you.
Of course, we kind of wait on her to, I guess they're on staggered terms, I would think.
Yes,
Okay, all right. Any other appointments?
that is all I have for today.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We have done item number 27, we've done item number 28, we've done item number 29, so we're now on commissioner comments, and I call on any commissioner that has a comment.
I've got a comment.
Sure.
In this last big rezoning issue that we had in Red Oak, I've had a lot of contact from local citizens, and, I've just kind of put this out there for some consideration.
Sure.
One idea that was brought forward is until we revisit and are able to redo our land development plan, is having out in the county in unincorporated areas, making R30 about the lowest we can go in the unincorporated areas to safeguard the county living type of environment. When people move out to the county and live out in the county, that's typically, they're looking for less dense type of living. And that's just an idea that I want to put out there.
Okay. I think, Sue, that would require some action to change our current guidelines by the planning board and by this, but it's certainly something that could be considered in the interim.
I'd agree with Ms. Leggett 100%. We've caused a lot of, what she's saying could eliminate a whole lot of hard feelings and headaches. Just like, Red Oak. I couldn't have voted against Red Oak having R20 subdivision up there when we got 300 plus in southern Nash County, and that was a problem. And we seem like we don't listen to the people like our manager said today we should always do. But I just don't, I just think we should, if it's unincorporated, part of the county, then have a minimum lot size. If I went to Mayor Bobby Bissett's funeral at Middlesex a few days ago. He was mayor for 17 years. I served on a Southern Nash development thing when Bob Murphy was president here, or whatever you are. County manager.
I get called a lot of things.
He just thinks he's the
When
president.
Bob Murphy was county manager, economic, Southern Development Economic of Nash County.
I remember that.
And we were projecting what we're seeing right now come 15 years ago, but it didn't. And it might not now. I mean, things are happening every day. Lumber's going up. But anyway, Bobby's idea was, he said, if you're gonna have a subdivision, it should be close to a town. The town, and maybe y'all think he was crazy, but I think he had a lot of smarts in his thoughts. He said it should be close to a town, the town should annex that subdivision, and that subdivision should get its water and sewage from the town. To put one out there in the middle of the country, just because they bought a cheap piece of land, and that's about to be a thing in the past too. I just think we water or sewage or both, that 30,000 is a small enough lot to put out in the middle of the country. If they want to put it in the town or the town's ETJ and the town can handle it and have smaller lots, that's fine. But out here in the middle of the country where we are, I just think 30,000 is enough, and it would eliminate a whole lot of the hard feelings that we have developed in the last few months around here.
So over in Oak Level, behind the Ruertan Club, where we developed that large tract of land as R20, what I should tell the people in Oak Level is get the city to annex that property so you'll have sewer and water, or nothing but R30.
Well, they're already there.
No, they're not. They're already there. Sure, they're there. But what you're saying is no R20 in the county under any conditions. I would be totally opposed to making a statement like that.
Well, then you got to keep on having a problem.
No, sir.
That's what you're going to do.
No, sir. I've been totally consistent with my vote on this from the very first one. The very first one. Here's what I believe. I believe in Red Oak. I believe if you're sitting next, like in Red Oak, across the road, that's Red Oak. Within the corporate limits of Red Oak, R30 is their minimum. That's for consideration. I've recommended that. But to just make a general statement, go out in the county and forbid anything but R30, no, I
So
wouldn't agree
you
with
gonna
that.
say just because you're across 43 highway that R20s would have been all right?
I'm
but it ain't all
saying
right
that I
across
would
the
not
road?
make a general statement in opposition to anything but R30 or up.
I was told when I come on this board, well, we'll have to take each one of them
So
individually.
you talk about the people that make the noise.
Individually is not working.
Let's,
There are people that make noise. I'm just
Conversation's
closing
good,
with this
but-
comment.
but
There are
look-
people that make noise, but there are just as many people, the developer in your area that wanted to develop out there as R20, that was in support of the R20. So, I mean, this is, to me, this has really put us,
All developers
this has
will be
made
in
us as a
support of
board,
R20.
this has made us as a board look like we're just kind of incompetent.
Sure is,
Because we've started doing things a certain way, and then midstream, we've changed.
Well, I want to make it clear, Mr. Outlaw, that the vote today, I come here prepared to vote for R20.
I would have voted for R20 today if that's what,
I told
if that's
Mr.
what it had
Harrington,
been.
if that's what he voted, that's what I was going to vote.
Matter of fact, I would have voted for R20 the last time when we tabled it.
I would have too, and I'm the one that would have sweated out and out, but it was the right thing to do.
I agree.
Because we had done it in other areas.
Well, exactly. I'd have voted for R20s too, because we done it in southern end of Nash County, and Red Oak ain't no different. But I'm saying let's end it everywhere.
I just say you got to do the right thing.
I'm not,
What you consider the right thing based on the facts. And you can't let a few loud voices deter you from doing what is the right thing. If you don't think it's the right thing, vote against it.
Yeah. And I can promise you this developer won't coerce to change his, and not by, if he was, it's by the people, it wasn't by.
But that don't say the next one won't.
This is not even a discussion we should have had in here today, to be honest with you.
Do what?
I'm moving on.
In fact, it caused quite a bit of turmoil within their own developers, business owners to get that resolved, but I think the senior member won out, but that's neither here nor there, but,
Well, I don't think we should end it right here just because, I mean, I just think that we should have some guidelines, and we don't.
well,
It's just
we are
like-
working on that, but I would have to say I wouldn't support doing away with all
I really didn't expect you to.
You all understand? Sure. Everybody has their own opinion. That's why there's 7 of us, and each one of us.
I really didn't expect you to, but I think it's a good idea.
I really didn't expect you to with what's going on out in your area. You
I
already
didn't like it.
approved.
And I voted for R30s on the second part of it, and the next thing it come back in here, and it was all R20s. I didn't like it.
Should have voted against it, sir.
Well,
If you didn't like it,
we need to,
if you didn't think it was right.
we need to get it right from a standardized point, not from a haphazard seat of the pants deal.
It's gonna be a interesting process to get the code changed like this board can agree. As 7 members, the majority, I guess, somebody had to say how they want it. And then we need to try to follow what we got in there. That's our issue right this minute is we are sometimes not following what's in there. But well, I say we are. I don't know of any instance where we probably hadn't. What we did today wasn't against what's in there. It was a change by the developer
The
himself.
developer changed it today.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. But if the developer hadn't changed it today, you'd had the same.
I would have voted. I'd had to vote for it. I know you that.
I would
know
too.
her
I
that.
would have too, simply because.
And I told
you know,
Mr. Arrington that I would.
Simply
It's-
because it ain't no different there than it is in the southern end of Nash
agree with
County.
you more.
But if one day we say, okay, this is what we're gonna do and that's it, then we ain't got to go through this mess no more.
Understood. Any other comment by a commissioner? Ms. Leggett, were you through? I think you were started.
I was, thank you.
Okay.
I didn't mean
Any
to
other
depend on
comment?
you.
Oh, just-
No, I
Excuse me,
would
Mr.
say
Beverly.
that I voted R30 because the developer changed to that.
Yeah, I understand.
Otherwise, I came prepared, if he had not changed, to vote R20.
Well, I think it would have, well, just neither here nor there, we put that to bed, let's move on to the next one, and it will be next month more than likely. Any other comment? I had made 3 notes, one of them I've already discussed, of course, the housing report, we did have another good month, last month, we had 33 new housing permits in the county, which keeps up pretty much the pace that we're on, we've had a few more, we've had a few less, but still 33 is pretty significant. I had a comment about reappraisal, which we've already discussed in length. That really concerned me that we would have to bump it up a year. And then, Mr. Lamb, just something that I've been thinking about a month. I really am concerned about the large number of vacancies that we have in probably 3 areas. I know we have quite a bit in the health department. I know you and I have discussed that. You're concerned about it. We have quite a bit in social services. And of course, we have quite a bit, as we learned today, already new in detention. I'd just like to ask you and staff to dive into that one.
We can.
It's a good place to work. We got great benefits, and there's something there particular. I might understand in the jail more so than I do the other one, but our health department, unless they're just nurses, everybody's got nursing shortages, but in Department of Social Services, I can't help but think there's people that would like to have those jobs. But whatever you can see as a manager to try to close the gap on the total number of vacancies, and I'm going to ask that the board start getting, I think we could decipher it out of our monthly updates if we wanted to. We get the number of people that leave, and we get the number of people that get hired, but we don't get the number of vacancies that we have. I'd like to add that as an item to see how many vacancies we got by department, if we could do that.
That's not a problem. We can do that easily. Stacy and I met with Amy and,
well, then I'm not asking for an update.
no, let me let you, because we have already addressed what you're asking for.
Okay.
We met with them, asked them, at the time we had about 15, 16, 17 vacancies in both of those shops, and
both of them being which two?
Health and DSS.
Okay.
And
in each one of them? Total of 30-something?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they have been posting and hiring. DSS is definitely filling up those positions. The problem is some positions require certain qualifications that we're not getting the applications for. We lose people sometimes to other counties.
But if we lose people to Wake County, and you know I've never liked this, somewhere there's people that can do the job that's in another county that would be glad to come and make what we pay, I would think, but.
Right, and we also have a lot of people in-house that we promote,
Sure.
and that creates that position, you know.
Well, this board always loved that.
But we are working on that. In closed session, I will go a little bit more into to the health department, but we're got something to address that issue too. But yeah, we have met with both of them, asked them to, or directed them to post as many positions as they can, and let's get them filled.
Okay, all right.
And the detention center's down to about 6 or 7, I believe.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right. I know lap salary money is great, but if we approve a position, let's see it filled too. I said, I know lap salary money is great to have knocking around towards the end of the budget, but if we got open positions, we certainly would want them filled anyway, because this.
Yeah, I mean.
Felt the need to approve the position to start with, I guess.
Yeah, lap salaries that haven't accrued yet are in the budget, ready to be filled.
Sure, okay. All right, any other comments from commissioners? Turn it over to you, sir.
Okay, just a reminder of the Senior Center 20th birthday lunch this Friday at 11 o'clock at the Nashville Senior Center. Reminder that at the second meeting in June on the 21st at 1:30, Dave Peterson with Trillium will be our outside presenter, and Thomas Gillespie will present on Miracle Park, current status and Phase 2 elements.
Is that the 21st?
21st.
You did, but it's 21st Monday.
21st, right.
Yeah, 2 weeks from today.
Is that the senior?
The senior thing is Friday, this Friday at 11 o'clock.
11/11.
11/11. And Stacy and I will be attending the City and County Management Association's summer seminar on June the 24th and 25th. Of course, we'll always have our telephones with us. Follow up on the request for proposals on the land use plan. The deadline for submittal of proposals is this Thursday, the 10th at 4 o'clock. We plan to select and award next Monday, June the 12th. Because of issues that we've had with Board Effects, the clerk and Stacy and I guess Sandy was involved, and we will be switching on July 1 to a new software program with Municode, and we already use them for our code of ordinances, and so we're excited about that, just given the perpetual issues we've had with Board Effects. And finally, since last week, we've had a volunteer intern with us, and he's here right now, Mr. Baden Collins. And last week, he spent time with inspections and went out, spent a whole day with an inspector shadowing him, and seeing all the different things that are included there. Next day, he, I think, was involved in a citizen committee meeting. And so we're very excited to have Baden. He is just graduated from Rocky Mount Academy, and he'll be a freshman at Campbell College, Campbell University. I'm showing my age. And he's really excited about that. So we're glad to have him. He's right here. Yeah. And of course, he is related to one of the commissioners. Grandchild. That's why he's not being paid. He insisted that he not be a paid intern.
He gets paid plenty.
And parents of 2 local educators, long-term educators.
That's right.
And son of 2 long-time educators.
And that's all I have, yeah.
We mentioned Wednesday at 10:30, Red Oak groundbreaking.
Oh, yeah, rescheduled groundbreaking for the Red Oak Elementary School Wednesday at 11?
10:30.
10:30.
Yeah. I thought you'd have it, reason I didn't mention it.
Yeah, yeah.
That was rescheduled from last Thursday, I think it was, due to rain. And if the commissioners could be there, I think it would help show how much we appreciate the improved relationship with the school board.
Yeah.
So that's the 16th? I thought I'd put it on my calendar. I thought it was.
The Red Oak?
Yeah.
No, it's
The 9th.
The 9th.
The 9th, yeah.
this Wednesday.
Yeah, this Wednesday at 10:30.
I got it on the calendar. For some reason, I thought it was Thursday. Okay.
No, it's Wednesday. It did get moved a different day this week for some reason, which I'm glad it did, because we got cloud-wise on Tuesday. I got your email that you wouldn't be there, Mr. Combs. All right.
That's all I have.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Lamb then? All right, at this time then I would call for the board to go in a closed session, and it's for economic development update. It is for a matter of attorney-client privileges, and it is for personnel matters, all allowed under closed session statute. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. You want a short recess, you okay to keep right on going? We'll take a short pause.
Mr. Chairman, just for, today's fine, but